Yo, what's going on, guys? Welcome to the stream. Man, it's been a hot minute. Well, has it been like a week, has it now? Last time I streamed was Friday, yeah. Was that forever? Yeah, if you didn't know, I went out for food on Saturday, and I think I picked up food poisoning. That's all I can think it was anyway, because yeah, it's been a rough few days, man. A rough few days. Went out for food, like I said. Fine, great, man, it was all good. Had a nice meal, a few beers, went home, chilled, and then, I don't know what time it was, a couple of hours later, I was like, yo, I need the loo, man. Went to the loo like normal. Oh my god, it wasn't normal. And I was just thinking, hey man, you know, I've had a Vindaloo, that's what the problem is. It's a bit spicy, but saying that though, I've had way spicier food than a Vindaloo and never had that kind of ring sing. And then it just kept happening, and I started getting muscle aches, and then I just started feeling terrible. Like, I'm still getting the sweats and that now, and yeah, it's been rough. It's been rough. I've been lucky, no vomiting or anything like that though. Just exhaustion, aching, muscle aches, and major hot spicy caca-poo-poo, to the point where it's been agony. I'm telling you, like, hurts to sit down kind of agony. And yeah, I've not been able to keep myself away from the bog, man. So that's why we haven't really been live. I tried to get a couple of videos up earlier in the week that we'd recorded already. I was gonna try and do some recordings, but I just wasn't up to it. I was gonna stream yesterday as well, but again, just felt like crap. Like I say, still don't feel A1 today. We're getting there though. I feel a lot better than I did, and you know, able to keep myself away from the toilet now. Still, you know, it's not great. It's not great, you know. It's not a pleasant time at the moment going to the shitter. But yeah, feeling a lot better. As I said, I'm just lucky I didn't have sickness as well, because I think I would have been severely dehydrated. So I've been a bit dehydrated anyway. I've been trying to re-up on fluids the last couple of days. But yeah, I didn't sleep for a couple of days because, like, just legit, I'd be there 10 minutes later. I've got to go to the toilet. I've got to go to the toilet. So yeah, rough couple of days, man. So I don't know how long the stream will be today. We'll go as long as it feels comfortable. But 1.3 dropped. Had to happen when I was ill as well, didn't it? Or I had to get ill when it was dropping. So I haven't played. I've hopped onto Wuthering Waves just to log in, because obviously I bought the pass. So I've done that the last couple of days. I haven't pulled Shorekeeper. I haven't played any of 1.3. I haven't done any of the new content. I haven't experienced any of it. So yeah. Again, I just not feeling great. I haven't had the ability to really even sit down and play video games. I tried to sit down, not yesterday, the day before, sorry. and I was like, right, I'm not up to streaming, but I might play a bit of Throne and Liberty for an hour or two. Obviously, launch day, there was like 5,000 people in the queue on the servers, and just kept kicking me out, so I was like, yeah, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. So I've just been chilling, trying to re-up on fluids, try and get back to feeling a little bit better. And I'm doing a lot better now, Yo, what's going on, Jamie? Welcome to the stream. So, yeah, I'm feeling a lot better, Equinox. Welcome to the stream as well. But still getting like a bit of the sweats and that, but I'm able to keep away from the toilet now. So, that's good. But yeah, man, I was rough. Saturday night and Sunday night was horrendous. Like, obviously, it's been rough for like the whole week, but man, it was like, I felt like I tell you what it felt like. When I had, because I had the AstraZeneca COVID vaccine, when I had that night I had that, it was horrible. It was like I was having, somebody was trying to put screwdrivers in between my joints. You know, they ached, like the joint aches. It was like that, but it was in my muscles. The first 2 nights, oh, it was rough. I didn't know what was the matter with me. I've never had food poisoning as far as I'm aware. Like I've had sickness bugs and that in the past. But how fast this came on. And I think it's where we went out to eat, unless I ate something today a couple of days before. But I ate at home. We did have a pizza on Friday, but Rosie ate that as well, and Rosie ate all the same food that I ate the prior day. So I think it must have been what I had when we went out for food. But we've ate there multiple times and never had issues. But it was actually kind of busy Saturday, so I'm thinking that, I don't know, maybe more bit of chicken just didn't get cooked as good as it could, and that got me. But yeah, he got me good. He got me good, I'm telling you. It was not a pretty time. It still hasn't been, actually. I'm telling you, my butt has never been that sore in my life. It's so bad. Thank God for Sudocrem. I'm telling you. And having to cream my butty like a baby. Wild. Yeah, it hasn't been my finest moment the last week, I must admit. Like I say, I'm like, what's it now? I'm getting a bit sweaty now. Like, every now and again, I'll just get like these bouts of sweating. Still been getting a stomach ache, like, regularly. I'm feeling a lot better in terms of just my overall feeling the last couple of days. Yesterday and today felt a lot better. Like I say, I was actually gonna stream yesterday. I got up and I was like, right, I think I can get on for a few hours today. And I started setting the stream up, actually. And I was just sitting there and I was just like, yeah, I just don't feel up to it, man. I don't feel up to it. We'll go again tomorrow. We'll go again tomorrow. Because, you know, you actually started my journey on PGR and WuWa. Oh, really? Did I draw you in? We got Neo into Wuthering Waves as well. Hopefully you've been enjoying the journey, because I've been having a blast of mine. Still, every now and again, I can hear my stomach just like... Sucks as well. I haven't been, because I didn't get to the gym for like a week and a half because the clutch was gone in my car. Got back, hit the gym for like a week, and then this happens. So, like, out of the last month, I've been at the gym 1 week, really. 1 full week. And that's the longest I've been without the gym since I had surgery a couple of months ago. So I'm annoyed at that. I can't wait to get back to the gym. I'm not going to go back till next week now because as I said, I'm still not feeling A1. The gym would absolutely ruin me at the moment, and I won't be able to get a good workout out. I want to get back to eating properly as well over the weekend, so yeah. But hopefully, you know, we'll see how today goes. Like I say, I want to say we're going to be live all day. We're going to react to some videos, and we're going to check out 1.3, and we'll stream until I feel like I don't want to stream anymore today. And then if I feel up to it, maybe we'll dabble a little bit later on some Throne and Liberty, potentially. I don't know, but I'm not... Oh, actually, no, I won't, because the football's on. I forgot Man United are playing today. You know, it's been a bad enough week. It was terrible as well. Sunday, I was like, right, felt like crap. I was like... I had to sleep in the afternoon. I was like, I'll get myself up. Let's watch United play. You know, that'll at least cheer me up. Shouldn't have bothered. Should have stayed asleep because it wasn't enough that I felt ill. United had to come along, didn't they, and just make it a whole lot worse by getting absolutely battered by Spurs. So, yeah, it's not been the best week for me. Not been the best week. Between having food poisoning and watching my absolute shite pile of a team, it's been one of them ones that, you know, you want to, like, kind of forget. But enough of my bad week. How have you guys been doing? You had a good week this week? How's 1.3 as well for the people who've been playing it? I said I haven't touched it all. I've hopped on the game just to get my my 90 asteroids, because obviously I got the pass. Done a couple of dailies just to level up my podcast. I haven't bought the podcast actually yet this time. I am going to get it though. And yeah, I haven't done any pulls. I'll tell a lie. I did 2 pulls on the standard weapon banner because I still haven't got the 5-star weapon out of the standard weapon banner. And yeah, I was like, right, we'll pull on Shorekeeper when we get on stream, like. Hopefully that's not too long. You lost your 50-50 for Shorekeeper. Oof, rough. Yeah, I'm guaranteed because I lost my 50-50 on GG, so at least I've got that to fall back on. I got the guarantee. Let's just hope I don't have to go to hard pity, you know, because I would like to get a weapon as well, and I wouldn't mind trying to get a copy of her maybe. Well, I guess we'll see. It's like I'm torn now though, because I did want to get copies of her because of YuWu. Well, we assumed YuWu was on the banner, but obviously we know that's not the case now. So I'm like, I feel a little bit less reason to try and pull for any copies now, because I'm not going to be getting copies of YuWu, because I'm like, do I go and get copies of Jian maybe? I don't know. At least I won't lose my 50-50. Exactly. That's the way you got to look at it, in ya. It's always a silver lining when you lose a 50-50 and you know the next banner's a banger, because you're like, well, at least I'm getting that. That's how I looked at it with Jeji, because I really wanted Jeji. And then I failed my 50-50 and I was like, you know what? I'm just going to take that one on the chin. We're not going to pull for her again because I really want Shorekeeper. So we'll look at the bright side of things. We'll look at the bright side. So yeah, hopefully we don't have to do too many pulls. Yeah, we're going to check out a couple of videos. I wanted to check out a video talking about the Overdrive mode is disappointing, which for me, I'm not too fussed anyway, because I kind of feel like the Terror of Adversity is kind of mid. Personally, I'm not all that into it. Might check out a multiplayer video for Breakers Unlock the World as well. I was going to check this video from Tectone as well, the real reason Wuthering Waves revenue dropped by 50%. Which, I think it was actually incorrectly counted at first, wasn't it? But I must admit, although I don't take too much out of Sensor Terror, it's just mobile anyway, and a lot of people do question the validity of the numbers anyway, but I definitely do think it's telling. You know, there's you got to look at it and say, okay, we'll take it with somewhat a pinch of salt, but we can't ignore it totally. I don't think it's taken into account the Shorekeeper numbers though, because if I'm correct, I think it cut off between the 24th to the 26th. Shorekeeper obviously didn't drop till the 29th, so I think this month, the end of this month, will be a real tell to see how well Shorekeeper did. But yeah, at the end of the day, as long as the game's making enough money, I don't really care, you know? I'm not one of these guys that likes to go, haha, my Chinese company's making more than yours, because at the end of the day, as long as the game stays good and we keep getting constant updates, I'm happy. I was going to watch this video as well. We need to talk about Zenly Zone Zero 1.2, another game that I just caught up in Zenly Zone Zero, about to roll into 1.2, and then obviously you got sick, so I haven't played any of 1.2 as Zenly Zone Zero either. So we're a little bit behind at the moment, chat. We're a little bit behind. I want to check out Wuthering Waves devs are changing the gacha genre as well. We'll see if we can squeeze all of those in, because like I say, I don't know what time I'm going to stream to. No 50-50 BS. Yeah, like, you know, I think the best part of the system with Wuthering Waves is the guaranteed weapon, is it? You know what I mean? I think that's part of why they probably have not the best revenue, if I'm honest. Same with PGR, they're too generous, aren't they? Bro. But hey, at the end of the day, if they can make money and keep the game going, I don't care. They can be as generous as they like for me. So yeah, we'll watch a couple of videos then, chat, and then we'll right into it, man. We'll get right into it. Because you never know how long I'm going to be able to go for today. You know, I'm feeling all right now. It's sweaty. I'm feeling all right now. You know, I have this where, like, I feel fine. I've noticed around about 2 to 4:30, 5 o'clock. I feel fine. I'm great. Evening runs around and I'm just like, oh my god, I feel like death warmed up, you know? Picks the Robosses from PGR. I wish I could rip and put into WuWa. Hey, I was talking about this myself. What's going on, Haymar? Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello, hello. I was talking about this before, because you know, obviously, how a lot of gacha games do crossovers. And I put the question out there to people before. What crossover would you like to see for Wuthering Waves? Now, it could be anything. It doesn't even have to be anime. It can be anything. It can be another game IP. It can be anime. It can be comic, whatever. You know, you know, whatever comes to your mind kind of thing. Obviously, anime fits into it the most because of it being an anime game, it makes sense. But what I said was what I'd like to see is a Wuthering Waves PGR crossover. One, it'll be a lot cheaper for Kuro, because obviously it's Kuro, you know. They don't need to worry about rights and all that sort of stuff, because they own all the IP. As well, as far as I'm aware anyway. It's their game, so they should. You know, it'd be great, because there's characters in PGR that would fit so well into Wuthering Waves. Not only that, the music, bring over some of that music, some of the boss themes as well, because that would go so hard in Wuthering Waves, so hard. And it'd be great advertisement for PGR, in my opinion, because as somebody who's new to the PGR party, I think that game has been massively underrated and overlooked for years. You know, it's 5 years old now, you know, so it's not, it's long in the tooth, shall we say. But the game deserves so much more eyes on it, you know. There's so many gacha games out there that I just don't think do anywhere near as good as what PGR do, from music, from story, from combat for sure, you know, gacha mechanics, content. It does it all so well, and that's one thing that we've got to give props to Kuro. I've said it multiple times, they know combat. It's why I am excited for future Kuro games, and I hope they stick to doing action stuff, because it's like it seems like that's their bread and butter. They get it, and I think they should play to their strengths, you know. So I'll be interested to see what happens in the future, because there's all this talk about that they're working on another game, and a lot of people saying that they think it's going to be this open world game, potentially something like Gravity Rush for open world or semi-open world, and then that Gravity Rush rumor was like kind of put to bed. But I was like, dude, I'd just kind of like to see a spiritual successor to PGR, you know, a bit more modern visually, all that sort of stuff. Bring over those sort of combat mechanics, you know, tweak them, zhuzh them up, if you will. You know, because people have got a lot more modern phones now. Obviously, bring it to PC straight away. Try and get it on console. I think that would absolutely slap. Absolutely slap. A maximum shorekeeper and already reached 250 ER. Should have still pulled for a weapon. I don't know. For me, I want to pull on a weapon, because I think a weapon's just going to be valuable for other people. Like, you don't necessarily need the energy regen for her. Although, like I say, I haven't played any of the game, but just going off what I was seeing prior to a launch, you shouldn't have any issues getting that. And you don't necessarily need it for that. But there's the potential of it being really good for other characters that are going to rely on energy regen. And it just allows you to have a little bit more, you know, fluidity and a little bit more ease in building future characters that might work really well with energy regen, but might want to scale up the stuff that you want to build into a little bit more to tweak a character in a different style, but still have a nice chunk of energy regen from the weapon. So I don't know, man. That's you gotta look at yourself, and it depends where you're at. You know, are you really like? Are you gonna have to split up some of your pulls in the next banner? Are you not too fussed about the next banner? You're not too fussed about Camellia? Can you afford to do it? It's hard to say. I have people ask me stuff about pulls like that a lot of the time, and I'm just like, at the end of the day, hey, if you can cook that, if you can afford it, why not? And signature weapons are always useful, but I'm going to be pulling on it. Well, I'm going to try anyway. We're going to pull on Shorekeeper today. Going to try and pull on a weapon. But at the same time, I do want to pull on the GM banner just because of Yoo-Hoo, because I think she looks cool. Although I've got Gian, but yeah, you know. That still hurts. I was hoping it was going to be on the Shorekeeper banner. But I get it. From Kuro's point of view, I totally get it. It makes sense, you know. Because really, having Gian's banner between Shorekeeper and between Camellia was just sending it out to die as a rerun banner. So having Yoo-Hoo on there kind of gives a bit more reason to pull on it, doesn't it? For a lot of people. You know, maybe somebody like me, I'm potentially thinking about pulling on it because I'm like, well, I couldn't go wrong with a copy of Gian, I guess, if I end up pulling him, but at least I can try and get a couple of copies of Yoo-Hoo as well. Should you pull for Gian's weapon? I would, yes, I would. Yeah, definitely. I still regret not pulling on Yinlin's weapon. I wish I'd have pulled on him. I made a mistake with that. I think, obviously, there's different priorities, shall we say, and tiers of signature weapons, of course, and depending on what you're going for and what you need in your account as well. but I think it's always worth pulling on signature weapons here and there if you're not trying to pull on everyone, because they just clear other weapons in the game. So yeah, you know, for me, yeah. I don't know, man. Nuterra kind of tells you to go pull Gian if you want to max clear. I ain't played any of it. See, for me as well, I don't even care about the terror in this game, because I just don't enjoy it, you know what I mean? I just don't find it a fun end game mode, if I'm honest. And welcome to the stream anyway, though, Roy. But, you know, you need what? You need 2 teams and a floating team for terror, really, don't you? Obviously, depending on the terror, it changes a little bit more. Yeah, man, I'm sweating again, guys. I'm sweating again. So, let's not mess around too long. Let's get into reacting some videos, shall we? We need 3 teams for the new difficulty. But you kind of need 3 teams anyway, really, because typically you want your 2 teams, your 2 stick teams, and you want that floating team to deal with the middle ground, you know, whether you're pushing, you know, I don't know, like, say, you have 2 teams for the middle tower, you know, and then have a team for level 4, and then have that team again on level 1, and then, you know, you need 2 and 3 to fill in the gaps kind of thing, you know what I mean? But again, I ain't played the new one, so I don't even know. What is it still the same amount of vigor costs on the new tower? I ain't played the game. I've jumped on to do my dailies the last couple of days because I've been ill. I ain't done any pulls, I ain't done anything. Can't wait for a limited 5-star pistol use. We was talking about this the other day, actually. Like, when the new pistol user comes, Kuro have got to sell me on that. You know? They've got to sell me on it. Because, for me, I don't enjoy pistol users in the game. You know, I just think they feel a bit clunky for me, personally. Obviously, we don't have any 5 stars, though. You know, you've got no parry as well, which is a big factor. I want to see something that gives me a reason, and I don't know how they're going to do that, whether they have, like, we was talking about, like, I don't know if anybody's played Deadlock. I was saying I'd like to see a character that kind of acts like Haze, you know, that it's all about your range stuff as well, but you've got that ability to get in close to do massive damage and potentially have some sort of ability that can sort of fill in as a parry sometimes, maybe, or something that offsets that in a really good way. And I need to see gameplay as well. But yeah, I definitely think if they just drip feed marketing for the 5-star range character for me, I'm going to be like, I need to see more, man. You know, I need to see more. Oh, is it just 3 full towers? It's 2 stages per tower, each costing 5 vigor. I'll have to have a look. Yeah, I don't know. So there is a video I was going to watch, actually. Someone was talking about it. Oh, what was it? Where is he? I thought I did add it to my watch later, but I mustn't have, because it's not there. Let me refresh it, see if it's there. Somebody talking about the new tower. I guess I didn't add it. But we'll have a look. Probably won't even bother with the tower today, but we'll go in, we'll pull Shorekeeper. We'll probably start a bit of 1.3, you know. Just do our thing, really, and then see how long I can stream for today before I feel like death again. Like I say, I'm feeling a lot better today. Feeling a lot better. Yeah, let's get into it, shall we? Let's get into it. All right, then. I want to watch this video. Start off with, let's check this one out from TechTown, then, because we've got to freaking watch it, ain't we? We've got to watch it because, you know, it's the talk of the town. End of the day, every month rolls round. People love to talk about sensor terror revenue. You know, whether it's to beat somebody else over the head about their Chinese companies making more money than their Chinese company, or to prove that their game's dead and their game's not. People use it for whatever reason. I think people look into it a little bit too much. It's definitely relevant to some degree. We don't know how accurate it is. One, it only represents mobile anyway, which I think for certain games definitely do get more revenue on PC. But, you know, let's check it out. I know for the first couple of days it was wrong. It's been adapted, but what you got to take into account, I think the cutoff was like, was it the 26th or something? Shorekeeper obviously didn't drop till the 29th. The end of this month's going to be a little bit more telling, but still, I try not to look into it too much. People could say that's cope, whatever, but, you know, at the end of the day, as long as the game makes enough money for me to keep enjoying content, I'm happy. But let's check out this video from TechTown. The real reason Wuthering Waves revenue dropped by 50%. have a look.
50% why? Because let me tell you why. Sensor Tower is bugged. It's always been bugged, and I guarantee you, whether
Yeah, I was saying this the last week, actually, and people kept saying I was coping. I was coping for a dead game.
ways made at least 10 mil. But that's not what the Hoyoverse cogs want.
Also, what you're going to take into account is, in my opinion, whatever is on Sensor Tower for Wuthering Waves, you got to at least double it, potentially even triple it. I think most people are spending on PC for this game at a disparity far greater than the majority of other gacha games, because this game is a PC game, just happens to be on mobile at the end of the day, you know. And when it comes to console as well, I think that's going to be a big thing. I'd love to see the revenue on PC though, I really would. Let me know if the audio's all good on the video as well. But yeah, I definitely think that's a thing to take into account, you know. And I'm not saying that it doesn't mean that, like, Christ, man, like Zenly's on here, I'll do 100 million in the first month. We know that you could probably double that for mobile and for PC and console as well. I just think that it could be like more like 50-50 on something like Zenly's, or maybe even 60-40 to mobile, where with something like Wuthering Waves. I think I wouldn't be surprised if official figures came out, if they ever will, and it was like 80-20. That wouldn't surprise me. I'm not saying it is, but that genuinely wouldn't surprise me.
Want you to know.
Revenue numbers are out on Sensor Tower, with many titles across
okay,
the board.
okay. We reacted to Tech Time reacting to Saint Tontas, and hey, I'm here for it. I'm here for a bit of reaction. Let's go.
Like Love and Deep Space and Honkai Star Rail taking the top spots, we're seeing
not surprising, to be fair, is that a Star Rail. It's the primo game at the minute. Do you know what? This just shows that, like, you don't need the waifu meta, do you, to make big bucks? But apparently I've been hearing from some people who do play the game is incredibly, I don't want to say predatory, because they're all predatory, but it definitely is, it pushes you into needing to spend. I don't know how true that is. I haven't touched the game at all. I don't even think I've seen gameplay, actually.
Steady levels of growth from the prior month's numbers, with other titles like Zenless Zone Zero and Genshin Impact rising by a few million in global sales. Wuthering Waves, on the other hand, saw another drop in revenue heading into October. And
yeah, so I heard this number was fake. You know, I don't want to put my conspiracy theory hat on, but I heard this shit was fucking fake.
It's already been updated. It's already been updated. Why is this? There seems to be quite a few issues, and obviously, you know, people could say, well, the game's just dying, whatever. But this isn't the first time that there's been issues regarding the revenue with Wuthering Waves. As I know, there's been issues with was it Yinling's or Changli's banner when it actually, you know, the payment processing was an issue. Then there was an issue on was it on Apple or was it on the Play Store or something like that, where revenue stopped getting counted for a couple of days. There always seems to be a problem. I'm not saying there's a conspiracy. I'm just saying.
Oh, but maybe this will address that in the video.
With the 50% drop overall and only $2 million recorded in revenue across CN, there are quite a few players who are starting to...
I think as well, sorry to keep pausing it, I do definitely think Wuthering Waves doesn't do as well in China either, which is a massive factor. There's no denying it. But for me personally, as long as the game continues to make enough money, I'm happy. And I'm even more happy that it's a little bit more balanced. I don't want to see the game that I'm main being dominated in revenue in China, because then what happens, the devs listen to China, and that doesn't always represent everybody. I feel like if you get a little bit more of a spread out of the pie, we all get listened to a little bit more. Hoyo proves that Western voices get ignored, for better or for worse, you know, you can say that, but they definitely do, don't they? When China says something, Hoyo move. So I think it's a good thing if the revenue gets spread out a little bit more evenly at the end of the day, because then we all get a bit more of a voice, don't we?
To feel a bit of concern. When we consider the huge amount of hype heading into 1.3, the incredible publicity the version has received in regions like CN, and the incredible ratings for the game across app stores as a result of the update, many are confused by the revenue results. Especially considering that the first 2 days of Shorekeeper's banner were supposed to be registered in this data. However, one thing
So they actually were registered. Well, I think that they were at first, were they? They were supposed to be registered. I didn't even think they were actually registered at all. Interesting.
Let's take it with a grain of salt.
Or supposed to be, should I say.
There are numerous factors related to Wuthering Waves and not at play when it comes to these overall numbers. Today, we'll be diving into what these factors actually are, breaking down the conditions leading up to...
Again, sorry to keep pausing you. What do you guys reckon now that controller support's been added? Do you think that will improve potential revenue on mobile? Asking the question, because obviously, of course, performance is a massive factor. But I think with a game like this, having no option to play on a pad has got to be a major thing, because I couldn't play this game on a mobile at all. Didn't matter if it ran flawlessly. I just couldn't do it. So Is that a big factor as well for mobile players? Let me know if you play on mobile and it's something you enjoy. You don't have the option of a PS5 or a PC. Is it like, oh, now there's a pad, you know, maybe I'll buy the Battle Pass. Maybe I'll buy the Lunite Pass. Maybe I'll pull for a character and open my wallet potentially.
So here's the factor. Sensor Tower is sometimes a piece of shit graphic and an indicator on what the numbers actually are. No, I actually have seen real graphs that say that Wuthering Waves made around 10.5 million. That being said, PGR is an indicator of anything. It's that these companies don't need as much money as they're telling you to run these games. Like the fact that
Agree.
WuWa went on.
Agree. Somebody's in my chat the other day telling me, like, man, the amount of money was ridiculous that they're saying it costs to run Wuthering Waves every month. Ridiculous amounts of money. At the end of the day, some companies can survive off a lot less revenue because their overheads are minuscule in compared to other companies as well. You know, we've got to take that into account. 50 million revenue is not 50 million profit. You know, 10 million revenue is not 10 million profit. But you could be taking 80% of that 10 million, depending on your costs. You might only be taking 50% of that 50 million on your costs. You're still taking more at the end of the day, but do you see what I'm saying?
Stage and was crying when he had $36 million and delivered Natlin, which, by the way, one patch after Natlin, it's already a fucking dead patch and people don't like the fucking game. It's pretty damn insane when the curtain's pulled back and you realize, wait, these companies need way less money than we thought to run their fucking games. Yeah, the game's fine regardless of whether it makes 6 million, 4 million, 3 million, 10 million. They still have enough to run their game. And I'll be real, I'm just waiting for Wuthering Waves 2.0. The biggest thing they need to do is revamp the beginner experience and then hit the ground running for 2.0, and they're fine. And then release one character with a titty skin. Sure, and I know when I say that, y'all think that I'm joking. I know you're like, oh, he's capping. There goes Techless again. But for real, PGR has put out booby skins before, right? Wuthering Waves will get these. It's just a matter of time.
WuWa's version.
I do think that skins are inevitable. And I'm ready. I'm here, man. There's my card. Give me skins. I'll take. You can take my money. Weapon skins, character skins, and if you're gonna go as far as something like PGR, you know, to the full effect of them being like coatings with the ability effects, all that sort of stuff, man. I'm ready to open my wallet.
Version 1.3, where you should have a bit of skepticism when it comes to Sensor Tower's numbers, and from there, what we can expect from Wuthering Waves as it moves forward.
Yeah.
This game, for a lot of players, is a lot more enjoyable on the PC, and when a platform only accounts for data from mobile, it's not telling the whole story. As always, if you enjoyed this content,
interesting if Kuro actually ever reported the revenue themselves. I suppose there'd still be that group of people that'd be like, we don't believe it, but you know, it'd be interesting to see, just in regards to a consumer confidence kind of thing, because I think if you do let the whole cycle of news make you think the game's continually getting lower and lower and lower revenue, which I'm not saying it's not, but if that's the case, you know, it becomes like a multiplayer game. When you start to see the player base get less and less and less, new people are less likely to get invested, aren't they? Because they're like, well, what's the point? Because there's going to be nobody around. You're less likely to spend on a game that you think might not have anything to spend on, or potentially EOS at some point. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen. You know, I'm just putting it out there. It could be a good thing for them if they do get really good revenue on PC to say, guys, okay, you know, we might not be killing it on mobile, but we're doing pretty decently on PC. Here's have a look.
Please hit that like and subscribe button. When it comes to September revenue, players should recognize the road WuWa traveled leading up to version 1.3.
True. I know a lot of people consider Wuthering Waves a mobile game, a Chinese mobile game, but I'm going to be real.
It's not.
I think Wuthering Waves is far more of a North American PC game.
Yep.
And the reason
I wouldn't go as far to say North American. To me, WuWa feels like a JRPG, an action JRPG of AA, high-end AA quality that just happens to be on mobile. You know, I'll say that till I'm blue in the face.
That is because in China, they're not really a fan of more difficult content, whereas this kind of feels like the gacha game that us Westerners wanted from a company. And the PC performance and the controls and the reactability of every, what's the word? The response,
the mechanical systems do not work well with a mobile,
as well as the gameplay loops where it's not like an infinite grind. right? Like you can go online in like 2 days and get a new whole Echo set for any character very easily. So I know this was supposed to be a Chinese mobile game, but it kind of feels like it was marketed for North America.
With only the second update to the game, Kuro released what many considered a complete filler patch, with no meaningful story progression, limited appeal for one of their new releases, and what many consider to be one of the biggest factors in September's results, a 3-week banner for a character that was, quite literally, completely free. It's clear from the August numbers. Jeja was a character that didn't tick off a lot of boxes for players, as her.
And the other thing is that people might
Well,
be saying,
to me, because I thought Jeja was amazing.
Well,
didn't get it.
what's his name? Zhang Liao? Whatever the fuck his name is. Robot Boy. Robot's released, right? Okay, well, that would only prevent 3 weeks of revenue. But here's the other thing that you have to consider. Zhang Liao is so fucking broken. He's like one of the best characters in the entire game. And when players have access...
Still have yet to do him up, man. That's how little I've been playing the game recently, if I'm honest.
...to a account that is already strong enough to clear the content, the FOMO of not getting a new character will be a lot less due to the fact that you can already beat everything.
True.
Because they didn't just release a character for free. They released the best unit in the game for free. And that's another huge factor people aren't taking into consideration.
I think as well, they kind of had to, because in my opinion, I know he's not like the direct rework of Cal Charo, but it feels like he's like the spiritual successor to Cal Charo, because it feels like Cal Charo's never going to get any tweaks that I feel like he deserves, whether it comes from prolonged animations being shortened, just his kit being changed slightly, giving him some synergy with potential new characters that really make him just a little bit more meta. Now, I'm not saying he's a bad character and there's still people out there that'll be like, lock and clear everything with him. I get that. But I'm just saying that he could be better, you know? And it just feels like he's a remnant of the old game, and they brought Zhang Liao out for free because, one, they were doing what they were doing, but I felt like he came free because it was like, if we make him a premium banner as well, all the people who kind of have Cal Charo are going to be kind of pissed that he's been overshadowed, paracrept, almost a rework of their character is now in another premium banner. I think that was another factor of why he was free. Now, I know that's totally separate from what Tecton saying about the revenue, but I just kind of think that was the whole thing with Yao as well.
Conservative visual design and extremely limited team compositions meant that regardless of the reason, waifu or meta, the drive to pull on her banner, lose 50-50s, and spend if those 50-50s were lost wasn't quite there. Zhang Liao, on the other hand,
to be fair, losing my 50-50 on those got me my guarantee for sure, keeper, so I'm not too mad about it.
But yeah, well, Jinji might be better. However, Robot Boy does comparable damage, and he's also like way easier to play, right? Jinshi, she's a little bit complex, guys. She is a little bit complex. Robot guy is literally just smash buttons, you kill them all.
I suppose I suppose I get what he's saying, a little bit complex, because I always say this I say this in the argument when it comes to Jian, because people like at first when Jinshi first came out, there was like, oh, she's power crept Jian, and I was like, not really, because he's so simple, it's easy to get all the juice out of him. Where with Jinshi, you have to squeeze a little bit more. Now, complex isn't probably the right word to use, but there's just there's extra steps there to get what you need out of it. You might get a little bit more. You have to work a little bit more for it, don't you?
140 pulls? That's an insane amount of potential pulls that Kuro gave to players for free. It didn't matter if you didn't want Zhang Liao. If you did, you didn't have to spend at all. What this ultimately meant was that you didn't lose a lot if you didn't pull and...
Guys, if you're saying GC's not complex, that's just because you're good at the game. To a casual player, she would come off as confusing 1,000,000%.
Version 1.2. And even if you pulled on Jeja's banner to a single pity, or if you pulled Zhang Liao's weapon, you weren't running out of pulls across the entire version unless you pulled on multiple banners. And there just wasn't a big reason to do that. What this meant was that players, heading into 1.3 and the incredible hype prepared for Shorekeeper, there were a massive number of people who were able to completely guarantee her without spending a single dime.
Yeah,
this is a phenomenon we've seen before. I like to call it the Kafka effect, a circumstance where
I'm still mad about that. One of my favourite waifu characters in any gacha game ever, and I lost my fucking 50 for Bailu. That's all I'm going to say.
Incredibly popular character with widespread adoration across the fan base doesn't do well at all when it comes to revenue. And that's because people were saving multiple patches for her. And it's the same case for Shorekeeper. WuWa was a game that launched with very few sustainers, and the need for multiple to clear the most rewarding endgame content meant that Shorekeeper...
I just don't think it's rewarding, honestly. I haven't bothered with the tower in the last, I think it's not even the last patch. I just don't find it engaging. I think I'm probably in the minority. I think it's such a mid-end game. I want more, you know, I want more from the game in regards to endgame, because the tower just doesn't do it for me.
As the first limited one, was a top pick for many, and absolutely mandatory for others. When you need something, you save to make sure you can get it, and when you just want something, that's when you start spending. And a lot of players, they needed Shorekeeper. And with her incredibly early marketing, with drip starting all the way back to the first version update of the game, that meant that players have had a lot of time to save. Shorekeeper...
Yeah, I also don't think people remember 1.0's launch. People consider it one of the worst launches ever. I consider it one of the best. And let me tell you why. Because the game worked great for me.
Right.
And so while everybody else is on fire, I'm sitting here getting free 5 stars.
Straight up, that's exactly how I was like. Pretty much every day you're getting free stuff, and I'm just like, hey, yo, thanks for the fun times, I guess, because I was having no gameplay issues, no issues at all. Loads of other people were having issues. Just like, okay, I guess I'll take the free stuff then. Thank you.
I'm sitting here getting hundreds of free pulls. I'm sitting here getting thousands of free asterite. Everybody else is crying. I'm like, hey, man. Yeah, Kuro, this game blows.
Right.
I need 100 more pulls. Right. And like, even still, I believe every character.
Translation error for the Japanese region. Okay, I'll take that free stuff.
There's a rerun banner.
All right.
And I've gotten every weapon for every limited 5-star character that I have, and I think I've maybe spent $100.
I still regret
which
not
is fucking insane. Like that truly is fucking insane. Like they gave us so much free shit, it's nuts. And I think the best thing that they could do if they really need to put the revenue up is just start releasing 2 characters every single patch, like they do in every other.
Yeah, they need more 4 stars as well to come onto the banners to make the banners a little bit more desirable. And I think things like skins as well. I think skins will be a big factor in this game, because one thing I think that Wuthering Waves has got over a lot of gacha games is the in-game models are gorgeous, aren't they? They are incredibly high quality. Now, I know you'll always get the people who will argue with what they think. And of course, it's my opinion, this is. But I just think they are incredibly well made, and I think working into that side of things as well, the cosmetic part of the game would definitely increase revenue.
Fucking game. If we really need money, that's the
especially if they're doing like coatings, you know.
Them hitting 6.7 million allegedly would be worrisome if they were.
I agree. Yeah, they
doing
will.
all the proper monetization methods, but they're just not. They're being incredibly kind, incredibly considerate, a very like pro player right now. If they were to be releasing 2 characters every patch, if they were releasing cosmetics, and they're also like stifling rewards to players, and they're still not making money, okay, we're fucked. But they're really kind of just like, here's $1 million. How do we make money off this? I don't know yet. Wait a couple patches. Like, they're barely scratching the surface in how they could be making money. So I'm really not worried.
For herself came really with incredible...
That's a good point, I think. I think that's a good point. You know, people will argue that, oh, the game's not making revenue because it's trash, and I think the game's not making as much revenue as it could because they're just a little bit too generous. Now, they might be thinking long game, you know, and playing the long ball game in the, oh, you know, we're going to bring in enough people who are enjoying the game that eventually they're going to become spenders. I think time will tell, you know. We just don't know, do we? I think another 6 months' time, you'll look back and look at the trend of where this game is. And at the end of the day, if it's not making stupid amounts of money, if it's just making enough for Kuro to consider it a priority, I'm happy, man, because I like the game. I don't care how much money a board member's making, really.
Value across her early sequence nodes.
I really
with
don't,
a huge
you know?
quality of life buff that gave her far more variety in team comps at S1, and of course, her insane 40% attack boost to the entire team at S2. But the fact of the matter is that not a lot of players actively pull for sequence nodes for sustainers. There's a much bigger appeal to investing in DPS characters for more active and noticeable upgrades versus the entirely passive bonuses you'd get from a sustainer. Honkai Star Rail proved this.
It's fair. At the end of the day, shiny always wins, doesn't it? Style over some, but people always forget as well when it comes to support and sustain characters. their passive buffs tend to be the freaking godlike ones, especially when they're mixed with obviously a really good DPS. But overall, they give you so much more flexibility and just more, don't they?
To us, with characters like Luocha or Fu Xuan equipped with very
Didn't know
powerful
there's an Easter egg
initial
in the
upgrades on
PG.
their
I didn't know.
dupes, performing the worst out of all
Apparently
the
I
game's
heard there's
limited characters on
an
their
Easter egg
release.
for Nanami
People
in,
don't like
WuWa as
investing
well.
in sustainers. And even if you were a person who wanted Shorekeeper sequence nodes, the chances are you likely claimed them from the Coral Shop, where for the exchange of 45 pulls, you could redeem one whole copy. When comparing 45 pulls to the potential 160 you'd go on the character banner, you can imagine how that would have a big impact on revenue. And when we're nearly 5 months into the launch of the game, it's undeniable that there are many players who have the resources to do
It's
this.
like getting new
What this
characters for
ultimately
bigger
meant
roster.
is that Shorekeeper's revenue had a lot of factors working against
I'm not
it,
a
with her
min-maxer
S0
either, like,
sales
so-
impacted by the massive amount of savings players cultivated across 1.2, and the revenue from her whale bait early sequence nodes countered by the absurdly easy access many had to her dupes, costing a fraction of what they typically would in many of the top titles. All of these factors are tied to Kuro Games, from their patch schedule all the way to the generosity in their design of the Coral store. And when you consider that her weapon wasn't a very big upgrade over a 4-star option, there wasn't
Yeah, but that weapon looked cool though.
a lot of incentive
Yeah.
to spend there
Shine only got
either.
fucking
However,
3, bro.
there are other nuances at play, specifically when it comes to Sensor Tower itself. Sensor Tower only looks at mobile sales, and
Yeah.
Wuthering Waves is a game, due to a poor initial mobile reception,
True.
fast-paced combat, and oftentimes difficult to handle camera controls, it doesn't
I think it's the combat, man. Like, obviously, performance is a massive factor. I think it's like, don't get me wrong. I have people come into my chat and into my comment section often saying like, I can clear the content in the game on mobile, and I'm like, you know what? Fair play. As somebody who's not a mobile gamer, it's obviously I'm biased because I just think playing any form of action game or skill-based game on a phone is trash, whether it's a shooter, whether it's a fighting game, whether it's an action RPG, whether it's an adventure game, whatever it might be. I just think it's just an ass way to play games. Not judging people if that's the way they play games, but for me personally, so I can understand, you know, for me, I think that's got to be one of the major factors of why people on mobile just don't play it as much as potentially something like PGR or like Genshin. You know, or like at the minute, I've been playing freaking. I was playing a bit of AFK Journey. I've been playing some sort of Convalaria on mobile the last few days. Now I'm not a mobile gamer, but recently I've been dabbling with a couple of gacha games on mobile. But I make sure I'm grabbing turn-based games. I ain't playing no action game on mobile. You mad?
have a huge mobile player base. With the release of controller support on all platforms, new in version 1.3, this is something we can expect to change, but it's still a large obstacle to get through. What this means is that there are a lot more players engaging with the game on PC, and one thing we've learned
I think this is speculation, but I would agree, like, this is something that a lot of people think. And this is what I also thought for Genshin Impact, is that people must be playing this shit on PC. However, I would still say you would be shocked at how good Chinese players are at playing shit on the phone because they're used to it. Now, we as Westerners are not used to this shit at all, right?
I think
This is a good point. However,
that's definitely true. You know, that's definitely true. It's like you see some young kids now. Like when I used to go to my mate's house and his daughter was playing on the tablet, I'm just like, damn, you know, she's on it. And like, give her a few years' time, it's going to be like using a pad or a keyboard to some young kids nowadays. So that is definitely a factor. But I just, you know, it's like a pad is a better form of input than a touch screen at the end of the day, just is. And a keyboard and mouse is an even better form of input than a pad. Obviously, it depends on the game you're playing. You know, there's arguments to be made for specific things. But, you know, there's just no denying that the quality is just vastly superior. Now, there's anomalies and people who are just freaks on certain inputs as well that will make you think, okay, well, maybe that's not true. But, you know, for the vast majority, it is.
still is speculation.
from the past few months is that PC gaming in CN is on the rise, specifically due to the release of Black Myth Wukong. That rise in PC gaming and
I think you're just
Wuthering
gonna see
Waves'
it more
dramatically
anyway.
improved experience on that
Consoles are now allowed in China, which for the longest time they were banned, weren't they?
platform isn't accounted for at all in this revenue data. That's a huge part of the player base piece that's getting ignored, and there are some massive benefits to PC sales. That's because app stores, be it Apple or Google or third party, take a massive cut from any revenue generated on their platform.
Level of
that
income
percentage
across the
share
globe
is
is going up
significantly
and up
lower
year
when
on
it
year
comes
as well.
to PC. Players
So,
make
more people
direct
are getting access
transactions
to
with
more
Kuro
expensive
games,
gaming,
and as a result,
platforms.
Kuro's slice of the pie is significantly higher. While we have absolutely no recorded data of PC revenue, when we factor in the rise of PC gaming in CN, the overwhelming support version 1.3 has seen on social media like Bilibili, and the massive increase in net revenue developers get from PC sales over the App Store,
I do enjoy knowing that people seeing this video will have a guttural reaction because there's so many people like Genshin Impact that want Wuthering Waves to fail. Now, let me
it's
explain
weird.
to you
It is
why.
weird.
If you want Wuthering Waves to fail and you want Genshin Impact to succeed, you are quite literally just wrong. Now, you might like Genshin and you might hate Wuthering Waves, and that's okay, right? But you have to.
It's okay. It's still weird to hate a game. I don't think there's ever been a game, like, there's games that I think are trash and games that I'm like, yeah, it's not for me. I don't think I've ever hated a game, you know, when I'm like, I feel hate for this game to enough to want, like, obviously, I think games are trash to the point where I'm like, yeah, I think that game deserves to fail, but I don't put energy in to care enough to want it to fail, if that makes sense.
To understand that what Genshin represents is a monopoly, and what Wuthering Waves represents is a new company that is attempting to break into the space in order to make these games more accessible and less vulturistic to their players by showing how generous game companies can be, whereas other in a space full of greed and tight fistness. These companies want to give you 3 polls for 3 years as a reward to being their player.
Swear to God, I say this all the time. With it gets, you know, like I have so many people comment on my videos sometimes, and like the mental gymnastics is wild. But you can't argue sometimes especially with Genshin, from a quality of life point updates. It's just ridiculous sometimes. And then the generosity of, like, you know, a big thing, and it's like they throw some scraps, here's some bones, and they're like, whoa, you know, like they've just bought them a house.
Right? That is about $1.10. Whereas Kuro Games represents a company attempting to make it that has given us hundreds of polls for fucking nothing. Okay? Not to mention new systems like weapons being automatically guaranteed.
The guarantee weapon system is
lowering it
great.
From 90 to hard pity to 80 to hard pity.
Yeah.
Right? Everything.
I think I do admit, though, to play devil's advocate, I think if Kuro were in Hoyo's position, would they be the same? I don't know. I'm just putting it out there. You know, maybe they'd be a lot more tight-fisted with how they do things. Maybe they wouldn't. You know, maybe they are just those guys. And I'm not taking anything away from the philosophy at Kuro at all. You know, just putting it out there.
Very healthy
Playing devil's
for us as
advocate.
players. So you really should want this game to do well if you want the games in the future to be less greedy. So why do we
End
want
of the
these games
day,
to make as much money
even
as
if it's
possible?
not
You're still
Wuthering
making
Waves,
millions a month and haven't hyper monetized your game.
You want more games to be successful. Competition is best for the consumer. End of the day, it's when it comes to consoles, when it comes to mobile phones, when it comes to cars, when it comes to clothes. The more competition, the cheaper your product is going to be that you want to buy, the better it's going to be, and just the more quality that's going to be there for it in an overall sense. It's just better for competition.
That's good for the
Well,
consumers.
it's better for you, should I say, for competition.
The problem is that people think dollar.
I agree. They probably don't have the same values. I'm just playing
equates
devil's
to
advocate in
how
terms
good
of
the game is.
a market
This is
position where
very
they're at.
popular
Would they
in
be the same?
culture
You know,
over in the East, like whatever game is making the most money must be the best game. TLDR, why the revenue report was changed. I noticed that from the previous months, Reddit posted different than one on the. Why is that? Reddit posts get posted on the first of the month when prices are not stabilized yet. They usually stabilize by the end of the second week of the month. I cannot replace images on Reddit, but the website gets updated 4 to 5 times a month. Yeah, because I know Wuthering Waves was reported to make 6.7 million, but in the end, actually made around 10.1 million, from what I heard.
It wouldn't be surprising
right.
at all if
saw the
Wuthering
update.
Waves
It's
is
10
doing
something.
Dinner Tower updated. Look at WuWa. Yeah, WuWa went from 6.7 to 11
There you
million.
go, yeah.
So
Yeah, I was
people
gonna say, when all that
people were
stuff was
freaking
like
out
10
over that
point
shit, but,
something.
yeah, that makes sense.
A lot better than
I'll
what
be real. Even at 6.7 million, I was never worried about WuWa. And I have a video.
I've definitely noticed as well. Now, I'm not saying that Sensor Tower hasn't always been a thing that people have spoken about, because they have, you know. That's just a lie to pretend that they haven't looked at it to be like, damn, look at what games are doing well. Hasn't it become this big speaking point almost every month now since Wuthering Waves dropped? You know? I've noticed that. It's become this much more talked about part of the gacha industry. Now, it's always been there, but it's become a lot more prominent recently. It's kind of weird. It's almost like people are using it to, you know,
Proving that.
for their own agenda.
Yeah, I wasn't worried about it at all.
the Sensor Tower data shows. And of course, we always have to consider the fact that Sensor Tower is just wrong. They have had numerous incidents where days, if not weeks of revenue are simply not recorded, and they have no real data aside from iOS sales. Numbers from the Android store or any other third-party platforms are guesstimated. You always have to take these reports with a massive grain of salt. At the end of the day, there were a lot of factors leading up to September's numbers. But one thing for certain is that Camellia, a long-anticipated release, is launching after Shorekeepers drained us completely. Players had
Why you say it like that?
all of 1.2 to save, and now that those savings are gone, we should see some much
Bro, I can't wait for Camellia, I'm telling you. That cutscene. Yes.
bigger numbers in 1.4. As always,
I'm here
if
for
you
it.
enjoyed this content, please hit that like and subscribe button.
I like Saint
Peace
Tontas's
out.
content, actually. Makes good
Nah,
videos.
it's a good ass video, man. I am so glad Saint Tontas is doing well. I think he's a great fucking content creator. I think he got a lot of
saying
shit
this-
for no fucking reason, bro.
Saying,
Like, people-
I saw that. I've seen a lot of people clowning on him. I don't get it. You know what I mean? I definitely think he did make a video where he was getting a little bit too wild about somebody, which it did look like they were plagiarizing his content. But some of the stuff he was saying, I was like, hold on, bro. Let's get a little bit too hot here. But yeah, man, people clown on him, and I don't get it, because I feel like he makes well put together content, nicely edited. He's got a good speaking voice. He's eloquent, and he seems to do a decent amount of research in the content he's talking about. And yeah, man, I think his content's great.
People were on his ass over nothing, and nobody wanted to hear this dude out. So, yeah, I'm glad I at least gave him the benefit of the doubt. Yo, Saint Tontas, you're fucking killing it, bro. Keep it up.
Yeah. I was saying this. It was good to see. Oh, actually, I was speaking about this video that it wasn't in my watch later, but it is talking about the new Overdrive Zone. Yeah. I agree with a lot of what Saint Tontas, well, pretty much everything he said, and what Tectone said as well. So yeah, I think people put too much sauce into it, really, if I'm honest, for a source that's been known to be a little bit sporadic. He's roundabout probably on the right track, but it's not totally accurate. It doesn't even have a majority of the picture, and for a game like Wuthering Waves, it is the vast majority of the picture, I believe. Obviously, this is all total assumption. We could come to find out the revenue on PC is dwarfed by mobile. I don't think that's the case, though. I think it's safe to say that I would say at least take the revenue on Sensor Tower and double it. You know, so if you do 10 million on mobile, which it's probably more when you round about all the numbers that are out of whack and take into account that it's guesstimated on the other platforms outside iOS, and then let's say it's another 10 million on PC. Potentially even more, in my opinion, but you know, we don't know, and maybe we'll never will. But hopefully one day Kuro will put those numbers out, because I'd be interested to see. I really would. But anyway, that was a great video, guys. Should obviously you guys know Tectone. Should check out Saint Tontas, so should check him out. Show some love. He makes good videos. Oh, this is the guy who got called out back in the 4411. Oh, really? Okay. All right, then let's watch it then. Let's watch it. Again, I've had food poisoning for the last week. Right before, well, the day before 1.3 dropped, actually, so I haven't pulled for Shorekeeper yet. I haven't played any of the new content. I don't really care about the Tower of Adversity anyway, but I haven't tried it out at all, so I don't know any of this. But let's check it out. Wuthering Waves' new endgame Overdrive Zone is disappointing from 1010. Let's see what the video's got to say then, shall we? Like I say, I can't really say I can agree or disagree because I haven't tried it out, but let's see.
I'm extremely disappointed in Wuthering Waves' newest endgame, the Overdrive Zone. Now, in case you don't know what that is, it's basically a brand new tower sitting between the experimental zone and the hazard zone. But don't be fooled just because it sits before the hazard zone. This is harder than the hazard zone. The main difference between this and the hazard zone is that one, this is permanent, it's a one-time clear, it doesn't reset. and 2, it's a 6-6-6 setup. So instead of having like a left tower trash mob, right tower trash mob, and then a boss tower in the middle, you get 3 straight up level 100 boss tower. And it's actually harder than the level.
Okay, all right. I see what you're saying now regards to teams. Okay, yeah, I thought it was pretty much the same thing as we had before. Again, as I said, I haven't tried it out yet, so I don't know.
100 boss, because instead of getting like, you know, just the boss itself, you're basically facing more than the boss. For example, for this chamber, you're facing first the Light Crusher, followed by Fallacy of No Return, which is the brand new boss. So basically, you need 3 complete teams to challenge all of these level 100 bosses. But here's the thing: you need 3 complete specific team, not just 3 complete team, 3 complete specific team.
Because before, really, you needed 3 teams. You needed 2 teams, and then you kind of needed a floating team, didn't you? But now you're needing. Okay, all right. Because for me, I need to build up my roster anyway. But I'm gonna definitely need to build up my roster now, because really, I'm even struggling with the 3 teams. Not in terms of clearing, just struggling because my teams are just not built very well. Because I kind of focused heavily on a couple of resonators for a while, and I just never, because the Terror didn't really, it's never really impressed me from launch, really. But I haven't bothered with it for the last couple of patches. I just haven't got round to doing that. Plus, I must admit, I've been playing a bunch of other games recently as well. But I have been saying we're going to be doing some streams in the coming weeks where we're going to start to build out the account, start to build up some of my other teams. And obviously, hopefully, we'll be starting with a Shorekeeper when we pull her very soon.
And the reason of that is because every single one of these towers come with a very specific niche buff, right? They purposely reduce the enemy certain resistance to certain element on top of increasing certain element resistance, right? So for this tower, for example, I'm trying to use my Ling Yang, but because of the fact that there's a 10% glacial resistance increase, it is significantly harder for me to clear this boss right here, right? On top of all the other buff on this chamber, you can see this buff, for example, have a buff where every single time you do a counter attack or you hit the enemy with a resonance liberation, it will reduce your skill cooldown by 5 seconds. And this buff is extremely good for a character like Chang Li, who's really reliant on spamming their skills, and did completely nothing for characters who don't rely on spamming their skills, like Ling Yang. You can even see they recommend you to use Fusion Element, which of course is basically just, well, Chang Li. And the
Ling
same
Yang's the only standard character that I don't have in the game. I'm not mad about it either, because I hated that dude when I went through the game. Like, I just had a disdain for him that was a bit weird.
With the left tower and the right tower, this left tower have a buff where if you are hitting an enemy with a coordinated attack, you gain a 5% resonance skill damage bonus, stacking up to 24 times. Right? In addition to reducing the enemy boss spectral resistance by 10%. Right? And I definitely wonder who this chamber is meant to be for. I'll give you a hint. It's a Spectral characters, right? And each chamber have a different buff. So you can see, like, for example, this chamber have a temporarily different buff where once again you see when you hit an enemy with a counter attack, you gain 40% resonance damage, right? And these chambers are actually extremely hard. They are very, very niche, catering to a certain category on all of these chambers. The first thing you will know.
See, it's like, this is what I say about Wuthering Waves. How I say that for me, it's an ARA action JRPG. There we go. Got it out in the end. A JRPG. That just happens to be on mobile, because this sort of content for me. Now, like I say, I know there'll be people out there that'll be like, well, I've cleared this on mobile. This is why I feel like the game just doesn't do well on mobile as well. It just doesn't feel like, it feels like Kuro made the games not to be on mobile, but we're like, well, we've got to put it on mobile because there's a massive amount of revenue that comes from mobile, and it's what's expected of these kind of games. You know what I mean? Because like, this sort of stuff for me just feels like they're adding in more difficult content, more niche, more specific content that just really kind of alienates mobile more and more and more as we get further into the game. This is why the game definitely needs to come to PlayStation, and I think if they were smart as well, they'll get this bitch onto the Xbox and try to get it onto the Switch, although I don't know, well, if you can run on a mobile, well, actually, I don't know, the Switch is kind of dated now, isn't it? You know? They need to, man. I think if they can get it on Xbox as well. Obviously, I know the player base is smaller. That's a thing. But I think with their next game that they look towards, they definitely need to be getting it, if it's going to be anything like this, launched on everything all at the same time.
Notice is that it allows you to clear with 3-star if you have 360-second left, which is 6 minutes. So the thing is, these chamber are actually 10-minute chamber, right? And so with 360-second left or 6 minutes left, your ideal time to clear each of these chambers is 4 minutes, and it's actually extremely tight if you don't have the specific character that it required. More noticeably on the right tower even. The right tower, this chamber have a lot of mob. I think this chamber have 3 wave of mob that are like 5 to 6 mob each. And there are big mob as well as small mob. The small mob give this big mob like a invincible buff, so you have to clear the small mob first. And you can see that this chamber is, I wouldn't say favored toward AoE, because that would be an understatement. It's more like AoE is strictly required, or like a character with extremely good grouping AoE is strictly required. Oh, arrow characters. Ah, who can that be? Dion.
Yeah, big boy. You know what? That's because of the rerun as well, isn't it?
I mean, I did clear with my Shangli Yao, but it took me a lot of struggle.
This is what I was saying before anyway. I keep saying this when people were saying that Jian's trash. I understand it. He's an Unga Bunga character. But man, he's just great for CC, for grouping, for lots of mobs. The dude just does it good, man. You know, there's just no denying the dude does it well.
On top of practically using some of the best characters in this game, which is my Shangli Yao team with Yinlin and then Shorekeeper, who is the best support in the entire game. And this is like not some under-invested like Shangli Yao either. I have his signature weapon. Not this one, this is my Ling Yang signature weapon, but I have my Ling Yang is using it right now. But this is the Shangli Yao signature weapon, so
Still
I do
need to
have
do him more.
S1.
I don't know what level he's at the moment, but I haven't built him at all.
But his most important skill, such as his Resonance Liberation, as well as Resonance Forte Circuit, is 10 out of 10. Completely maxed out. And it is impossible to clear these chamber without the catered characters. So, for example, in this case, it's going to be like Jian. In this case, it's going to be like Shangli Yao. Oh, by the way, each of these chamber has a different specific catered characters. My problem with this is that they present this as a permanent game mode that you clear at one time, but they cater these characters specifically for this one-time tower. It's basically like, do you have this character? Check. Do you have this character? Check. Do you have this character? Check. What, like, you're just not gonna release any more new characters? Because the problem is that
This is what I say, like, this is why for me, I want to see more of this sort of content. I'm not a fan of the tower anyway, but I want to see this weekly reset sort of content. You know, the end game stuff that I know it takes a bit more work. We get weekly resets. Again, I keep saying it, a sort of dungeon run would be brilliant, you know, where we have different difficulties going all the way up, where it feels like a proper MMO type dungeon run, decent boss at the end of it. Potentially, as you level up, there's access to different little side areas just to open a chest and fight some mobs, you know, just to give us a little bit of difference to it, ability to add different mobs in as you choose, affixes, debuffs, buffs, all this sort of stuff. I think something like that would be cool, because, yeah, we need a bit more replayability, because that's the thing that's missing in this game for me in regards to getting towards the end of the game. I really like the Elusive Realm. I think that's probably the closest thing we've got. And it feels like we've got all the components of dungeons there. It's like, you know, overworld world bosses, boss raids as well that have potentially got matchmaking involved, that reset weekly. It'd be really nice as well. But I just don't know if, do you reckon we'll ever see anything like that? I hope we do.
New characters are not going to be catered toward any of these buffs, and it's always just going to be like, oh, this is the Jian chamber. If you don't have Jian, it's significantly harder, like 2-3 times harder. Oh, if you think I have Shaolin now, this chamber is 2 times harder. And it's super noticeable how much they cater these chamber to specific characters. Look at this. Electro recommended chamber with every time you hit a coordinated attack, you reduce enemy resistance by 10%, up to 10 times. So that's 100%. So you literally do double damage if your team have coordinated attack. Who can that be? Ah, Yinlin. Of course. Oh yeah, this is another AoE chamber. So you got like massive AoE on top of that, right? I can't believe they would make this a permanent chamber. But the thing that I'm disappointed the most is the way they added this new boss, Fallacy of No Return. I cannot believe
like
that they would
design
a new boss enemy like this.
You know the little bit I've used in League?
Exact same problem
I think
Genshin Impact has.
the range characters feel better in PG than they're doing this.
The thing with the Fallacy of No Return is that it is a boss enemy that will fly around in the sky, so you can hit him for like 10 minutes, or just straight up teleport away, vanishing away, so you can hit him
gonna be like that, is
your rotation. Oh,
is he going to be a boss I'm going to hate then? Because this is one of my big problems, hey? I just didn't like the initial fight cinematic as fuck. It was cool. But having to farm WuWa is just, I hate it. Because the fight goes for 3 times longer than it should. Because motherfuckers on the run all the time. You know what I mean? Now I know you can close the distance and stuff to a point. But it's just like, bro, stand on business and fight me, man. You know? I don't want another boss that's doing that shit.
Just cast your Resonance Celebration. So
Again, I haven't played it, so I don't know if it will be that frustrating.
Where did he go?
That's not too bad.
No, you fuck, dude. This is the thing that people hated the most with Genshin Impact. They make enemy that fly in the sky for 2 minutes and you just can't hit them. They make enemy that duck underground for like 2 minutes and you just can't hit them. And they did the exact same thing that Genshin Impact has. And I'm like, did you not learn anything from 3 years of people complaining about Genshin Impact boss enemy? It's so irritating when you just make a boss who teleport away so you can hit him on a DPS check chamber. And again, this is the hardest DPS check chamber they have in the entire game right now. If you don't have their
yeah, that is when it becomes frustrating, because I'm not the biggest fan of DPS checks anyway, and I know when you're playing these sort of games, you're gonna get DPS checks. It's the, you know, I get it. But when you're getting that, and you know you're timed, and then you got a boss that's like peace and bounces out every few seconds, it's like, nah, bro, I ain't feeling that.
Specific cater characters, right? And so the entire thing feels worse than a DPS check, which is basically what everybody has been complaining about the entire time, even on the regular tower. This is not just a DPS check. This is, do you have this specific character check? No, you don't. Peace, bye-bye.
The thing is, though, this is why I said, for me, the Tower of Adversity is mid. But I don't think, I'm not the type of person where I'm like, I want to see it gone. Because I just think it needs to be expanded. You know, the tower itself, because it's got this physical presence in the game. It was obviously something that they saw as like, right, this is going to be a big part of the end game of the game. But it doesn't. It just feels like this little side thing that is kind of that, which is fine. But if you added a little bit more, it wouldn't matter if you specifically had chambers within the tower that were right, you need this comp, you need this character, you need this level. If you don't, you're going to struggle, you know? Now, I know there's always people that say, well, I can do it with this and I can do it with that. But for the general populace is on what I'm talking about. That's fine. But if you've got something else to go alongside it, it doesn't really matter, does it? Because there's still plenty to do. When you kind of have that as all that there is really to the end game, when you think about it, or the major part of the end game, the major permanent part of the end game, yeah, man, it just makes it just kind of mid for me personally. Beyond, I just think the game mode's kind of mid anyway. It's just not that great.
Right? And this is the permanent end game. So you just don't have these characters. You just fuck for your entire journey of Wedding Wave. I mean, not really, because it is clearable if you're really, 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 really invested on like some other characters. There are people who clear this entire thing using only like the free character they give to you, but the point is that you still need very, very specific characters that align exactly with the buff they give you in order to clear these chambers. Yeah. And not everybody are interested in playing those specific characters or have those character invested. So I feel like it's still a character check, right? And I just think that's...
I think some people are just not interested in playing the game that particular way as well. I think maybe that's what it is for me, you know? It's just I can't be arsed with it.
So disappointing. On top of, once again, making this new boss that fly around, teleport around, hit him in the sky, hit him in the air, you can hit him, go around, boo, 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 I'll knock you around. Dude, like, did you not learn anything from Genshin Impact? Like, please. Okay, subscribe.
Okay, not the best ringing endorsement, I guess, for the new Tower Zone. Yeah, I'm gonna drop a sub to 1010. Actually, I've never watched any of his content before. But yeah, fuck off malware. Yeah, I'm probably a little bit biased in the fact that I'll enjoy a bit of Tower slander because I just don't think it's that great of a mode anyway. So I'm here for any Tower slander if I'm honest. But Wuthering Waves' new endgame overdrive zone is disappointing. All right, okay, I guess. Hey, we're gonna watch this though as well. I don't know if any of you guys have saw this game. Have any of you lot saw this? It looks cool, man. It looks cool. Gacha game's supposed to be coming out this year as well. I don't know if the dates have changed because we're getting, you know, we're getting on in the months now. We've got just over 2 months left of the year, and I haven't heard an actual date. Apparently as well, I don't know if it's true, it's going to be globally launched at the same time. Don't know if that's the case, though. I've got a feeling it'll drop in JP potentially or CN first, and then we might get a global launch later. It looks kind of cool, though. It looks like it's got an MMO element to it as well. It's showing off multiplayer here, but when you're in these hub areas, I'm guessing there are other players running around. So that's kind of cool. The combat looks okay, you know. It's definitely a little bit slower paced than something like Wuthering Waves, but it definitely looks like it's, you know, some decent action combat. It looks like a typical JRPG to me, like a Mana / Grand Blue Relink, kind of in the middle of that, with a bit of a taste of Genshin and WuWa at the same time, if that makes sense. Let's check out this video then. Another one from Tokyo Game Show. Breakers Unlock the World multiplayer video. I'm assuming that's multiplayer. Let's check this one out, man. Okay, I'm guessing that was single and then multiplayer. We've got a boss selection here. Badass looking dragon, to be fair. Okay, looks like we're matchmaking as well. I like it. Okay, 3-player matchmaking. Looks like what we got here is this a ground, earth character, water character, and plant type character. I don't know. Could that be fire? I don't know. On the left. The art style is really nice. That's a pretty cool looking boss fight as well, that is. So this is what I was saying I'd like to see in Wuthering Waves. This sort of raid boss where you matchmake with people. Say, like, you're on the open world. It could be in a dungeon or something like that. You go into an area, kind of like how some fights are in the game already. Or, you know, there's just like a totem that's existing on the overworld, and you go over to it, you click on it, and then maybe there's a selection of bosses to fight, or there's just that one for that particular area, and you click on it and you start to matchmake with people around the world, and it puts you in with a couple of other players, and then you go fight this big bad boss. That'll be cool. Earth, water, wind, probably, yeah. More ways up for fighting a dragon. See, it definitely, that MMO sort of thing's coming into. That's why I don't understand why Wuthering doesn't, like, incorporate that stuff a bit more anyway. Because let's face it, for me, I think games like Wuthering Waves and Genshin are kind of like, they're not an evolution of MMOs, but they're like a subgenre in a way, aren't they? I know they're gacha games, but they're like single-player MMOs in a way, aren't they? And I think bringing more of the MMO elements into the games, I think it will definitely make them look a bit better. Play a bit better, or just better in general. I do like the effects, the attack effects, you know, like the particle effects, the slash effects, all that sort of stuff. They look cool. Seems to be running nice and smooth as well. I'm assuming obviously this is on land. I think it is. I would think anyway. I like the character designs as well. Enemy design's great. You got like a break system in the game as well. One thing that was kind of interesting, they were fighting in one of the videos I saw, they were fighting like some sort of goblin, and when they did actually break the goblin, he had a shield and it actually broke the shield physically. I thought that was a kind of a cool little, you know, little detail. You know, it's nothing spectacular, but those sort of little details I like. And some nice jiggle physics, I'll take that. Same, Chona, same. Do you know what though? I need to go back and play through it because I didn't get very far into that game. Cool looking ults. You know, they're pretty cool looking, aren't they? Similar sort of thing here going on. You know, you've got your combined attack, which is pretty badass. That looks dope as well. Okay. Again, this is the sort of mechanics that I'd like to see come into some potential dungeon raids as well for Wuthering Waves. I was talking about like when you get to an end game, the end dungeon run boss, it's like a hologram type fight where potentially at points in the fight there's new mechanics added in, something like this. You know, some extra thing happens. The main fight goes into the air and you end up fighting ads or something, or potentially something like this where you've got in fight mechanics to use as defense and cover, like an MMO, of course. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this game. I hope this comes out this year, and I hope obviously it comes global as well. I'm going to assume as well you got increased damage when they're broke.
Alright guys, well,
But yeah, short and sweet, short and sweet. I like the stuff they're putting out, you know, straight from their YouTube channel, direct, just gameplay, showing it off. It's looking good. I'm looking forward to it. You'll have to let me know what you guys think as well. Are you interested? I'm just hoping that it launches everywhere at the same time. I don't want it to be like another Blue Protocol situation where you're seeing JP playing it for like a freaking year and we're there like holding our hands out, desperately begging for the game to come global. So I'm going to be all over this when it launches, guys. We're going to be playing loads of it. Obviously, it looks like there's a lot more multiplayer in it as well. So yeah, we can definitely do some stuff with people on streaming and videos and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, looking forward to it. Breakers Unlock the World. You should definitely look into it, guys. I will keep you updated the more I know as well. So check it out. I think it looks all right, guys. I think it looks all right. It's like PGR Dead Master Fight with the chains. I don't know. I've still got plenty to do in PGR, if I'm honest. The lolly ults. Some of the ults look cool though, man. And then that combined ults. Like even when I was seeing little scenes from the game, there's a bit where they're on an airship and then the dragon starts to fly next to him, and I'm like, man, we will be in Grand Blue Fantasy in a minute if that dragon turns on them. All right, then. Let's check out one last video. Oh, actually, we might watch two. Let's check out this.
alright guys,
Let's check out this Legion WuWa video then, shall we? Let's have a look. Well, let's have a look. Guys, as well, if you are watching on YouTube, be sure to drop a like on the stream. It's massively appreciated. Shout out to everybody who's been watching the videos recently as well. I'm hoping to be back to uploading normally as well over the next few days now, because obviously we're back at it. I didn't upload a video yesterday. What days have I uploaded this week, actually? You haven't uploaded 2 videos this week, so yeah, we'll try and get back to it. No, because, you know, we're feeling better. Or better than it was, that's for sure, because, jeez, it was rough. And thank God for Sudocrem as well, guys, okay? Telling you now, because my butt has been feeling like it's been through a nettle bush, a meat grinder even, actually. It's been rough, man. But yeah, all right then, let's check this out. Legion WuWa, new insane leaks, gender swap, battle pass rewards, buff, new skins and more. Okay, we've heard about this gender swap that was potentially happening for a while now, haven't we? Which I think it's a good thing to be able to just switch between the characters. Why not? It doesn't really affect the game at all, does it? And for everybody who made the mistake of choosing the male rover, you can rectify that and choose the female, can't ya? But a battle pass rewards buff. I'd definitely like to see that. I think the weapons are kind of trash, if I'm honest. And new skins. I'm here for skins. Give us skins. We've been hearing about that for a while. Potentially, from what I heard before, Sanhua and Jinsei being the first ones to happen. Premium and a free skin. One premium for Jinsei and one free for Sanhua. But, you know, these are all still rumors. But let's check out this video then, shall we?
we have massive news today for Wuthering Waves with some brand new leaks and updates. We have a ton of new info on what we can expect in the 2.0 version update in terms of the upcoming characters and also some massive features that are being added to the game. which is really
One thing that we have to give credit to Kuro for, you can take, you know, everybody can throw whatever they want at Kuro for Wuthering Waves. Quality of life for me ain't one of them. It is not one of them. They kill it on the quality of life side of things. You know, they listen to the community, they react, and they get things implemented as quick as possible. Now, there's still things that need to be added, but they're always continually updating on the quality of life things, man, and it's massive. It is massive. And looking at the Black Shores as well, I can't wait for ray tracing to come to the game.
really hype. A lot of new stuff is incoming, and we're gonna go over everything new in this video. And if you guys want to keep being updated on everything Wuthering Waves, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and put those notifications on so you can get updated right
check
away
out Legion.
24/7.
He's made some good videos.
But alright, let's get into it.
Got a
We'll be going
Zenly's on
over
Zero
all the
channel as well.
latest leaks that came out recently. So I just got this from WuWa World on Twitter, so shout out to him for posting this.
I'm surprised these people haven't been took down yet, you know? 2.0 will have skins, both characters and weapon. They will also have special VFX, and one will be added to the Connoisseur channel. Ooh. Okay. Here we go. One of these skins will be Sanhua and will be free. See, this is what I heard for a while. Jinxie's skin was coming. Sanhua's skin was coming. They were going to be like the first. Sanhua's was going to be free. Jinxie's was going to be a premium. The idea that they're going to have a special VFX, though, this is what I'm saying, you know, kind of like coatings. I want to see it, when I'm hitting people, it look different. Just imagine when you're using, obviously, Calcharo ain't getting no skin, but just imagine like you're using like lightning characters and the lightning's different colors and stuff. Dude, that would be dope. That would be dope.
The 2.0 version update will have skins, both characters, and weapons. Okay, that's actually really cool. I did not expect weapons to also have
Take my
skins
money.
in this game.
Take my
so
money.
From now
no,
on,
I was kind of
we can
expecting it, to be fair.
both the characters and weapons to have skins in the upcoming 2.0 update.
Especially if they only, well, it would make sense. If you only get skins on signature weapons, more reason to pull signature weapons, encouraging people to spend money again, you know? It's smart when you think about it.
So here it says they will have special VFX, and one will be added to the Connoisseur channel. Now, I'm not sure what that is, but this answers one of the questions I had for skins previously.
Could maybe
I was wondering if they will change the visual effects of the characters or add new sound effects. Because if any of you guys play PGR, Punishing Grey Raven, which is their other game, in that game, they have implemented skins that change the effects of their characters. So it seems like we're getting the same thing for this game. And I even saw that weapons will have new special SFX as well, which is
like, just imagine using Jinxa, right? And the dragon comes in and he's like, I don't know, whatever color. Big purple thing, you know, maybe he looks a bit more green like Jian's dragon, or take Jian. Jian's dragon comes in and it's red. Dude, that would look so freaking dope.
Is huge, pretty hype, and I wonder how they will add this to the game, because now they might be crazy expensive if that's the case, changing the special effects and the visual.
It's either that, they're going to be pricey, or there's going to be a skin gacha, which I don't know how that'd work, because they'd have to get a bunch of stuff first, wouldn't they? It'll probably be straight up premium. What's the price tag that we're looking at though, guys? What's the price tag you're going to be willing to play? Let's say, okay, you get a skin. It's a whole, obviously, skin, VFX as well, potentially audio changes also. You know, what you willing to pay? Maybe with a weapon involved or a weapon separate. What's your limits? What you're looking at? You thinking £20, $20, $30, $40? You know what we're looking at here?
Visual effects.
What's
It's
your
pretty
limits?
much a premium skin. We'll see how they handle it. And lastly, one of the skins will be Senwa, which will be free. Yup, we will be getting free and paid skins. So a free version and a premium one. This is pretty good. I remember seeing this before, that we will be getting a free Senwa skin.
It's
and
good for
possibly
Sanhua as well,
a
because when you
paid
think about her, because
Jinxie
she's
skin,
very,
which
very
will be
plain, isn't
insane
she?
if it enhances her special effects.
Oh, I'm fucking all over
And
that.
about how they are selling the premium skins, we do have the info on that as well. So instead of selling
like
them as a
Jinxie with black
standalone
hair.
purchase, they will be included in
Like,
the Battle
I don't
Pass
know,
instead.
red
On
hair,
top of
whatever.
that, all the other rewards we get in the Battle Pass will be included. So this is actually pretty huge. We'll be getting an upgraded version of the Battle Pass with new premium skins in them. Really cool. And alright, so we went over all the new info on skins. We still have a bunch to cover left in this video, guys, so let's keep going. Wuthering Waves, there will be a new male character from the new area, which is
okay, so
2.0.
this is the area I did hear about before, this Rinasita, because this is the main thing I'm looking forward to in this game. I can't wait till we get to a new area that's different, you know? Obviously, it's going to be different because, you know, that whole, the aesthetic, the culture, the vibe, the color palette, the topography, the general layout of the map. I can't wait for that. Like, I've been excited for that for a long time, and I hope that that's how the map evolves in the future, that we get the main area, and then we get like a sub area, and then another sub area, and then we go on to the main area. Kind of how we've got now, you know, we started off with the main map, and then we got a new area, and a new area that were kind of like sub areas within the area, and then we go on to a major new area, because I think that way then, you know, it gives us new places to explore within each new place to explore, if that makes sense. I think that makes sense.
Map
makes sense in my head.
The 2.0 map. Now this is huge. Finally, a new male character is expected, although this is still pretty vague.
Yeah,
and
I've been
if I
hearing about
remember,
this for a
the
while.
previous leaks already shown was that we were getting 2 new female characters in the 2.0 update. So unless that changes, the new male character is going to be in 2.1. That is still very far away, but for
I still think that's
male
potentially
character
Scar.
wanters,
I
we
think that's
finally have
potentially
hope,
Scar.
guys. But okay, the next one is massive. Battle
Well, actually, where is Scar from? Where is Scar from, actually? But I definitely I'm here for the BP rewards being improved, because I think the battle pass I'll buy it every month, because for me I like to pay for it, because I like to support Kuro, because I think what they're doing is good, you know. And I haven't been putting money into the game in terms of banners, so I don't mind grabbing the battle pass, grabbing the Lunite pass. So I'm definitely happy that it's, because the weapons kind of suck, really, if I'm honest, and skins, yo, put skins in there, man. I'll be getting that shit every month.
Pass
Well, I
rewards
do,
will
but
be improved, and the weapon from
I'll
the
make sure
Battle
I
Pass will
continue.
be buffed or changed. If they can buff some of the Battle Pass weapons, that'll be pretty nice. I'm already using a few of them right now on my fully built characters, and having a buff on them would be really good. They're already pretty good weapons, at least some of them.
They really should act like 4.5 star weapons, shouldn't they, really? You know, because you are paying for them, so they should be better than the standard weapons in the game, really. There should be kind of like a little go-between, the bridge in between your 4-star and your 5-star weapons. They should be better. They should look better as well, if I'm honest.
The ones that provide the crit rate main stat are pretty valuable, but other than that, they could surely buff it a little more. And getting more rewards from the Battle Pass is a big win. As we saw earlier, 2.0 might add the addition of skins in the Battle Pass, which is pretty big. So if, let's say, they add a premium skin as like the last reward, that'll be pretty cool. And I'd surely finish all the Battle Passes.
You think about it as well, it's like the natural progression of a battle pass, isn't it? You think about most multiplayer games when you're looking at things like Fortnite, Call of Duty, whatever. What's usually at the end of the battle pass? It's usually a character skin or like some fire weapon skin, isn't it? It's kind of the MO of most battle passes. It's weird in a game like a gacha game, and because a lot of them are kind of the same, that at the end of that, you're not getting cosmetic items for a game that's based around collecting characters. It seems like the natural progression, really.
Right now, I'll be honest, I'm kind of slacking to finish all of my battle passes.
I did this month, I didn't finish it.
Here is the next thing. This is
like
also a
five
pretty
levels
big
off.
feature. The rover gender swap feature will be added in the 2.0 update. Swaps are not limited.
Do the right thing.
Oh, nice. So it's not limited.
Choose female
so
rover.
in 2.0, we can go between the female rover and the male rover all we want. It's not a one-time thing.
Thank you later.
So whenever you want to change and use the gender change option, you are free to do so without limits. Pretty nice feature. I know a lot of you guys were pretty hyped for this feature when we first took a look at it. We had leaks about this a few months ago when I made a video on that. A lot of comments.
Talking about skins, do you reckon we'll ever get rover skins? Or do you think that's like more of a reason to try and get you to pull on banners, that they'll just keep the rover looking standard? I wouldn't mind a different rover skin. You know, I'd kind of like to see rover like... I'm not going to lie, man. I'd like to see rover with like the white on black hair rather than the black on a little bit of white, and a light outfit. I look fire.
Were hyped about this. So it looks like 2.0 is going to be pretty
Maybe
crazy.
even one with a lot of colour.
And we're going to get new
like a
features,
March
the gender
7th kind
swap
of palette.
feature.
That'll be sick.
Alright, a few more stuff here. So the Elusive Realm will return in the 1.4
Good.
version update. I did notice a lot of people were asking, where is the Elusive Realm event for the 1.3 version update?
Best part of the end game in the game, in my opinion, and it kind of like, it doesn't get overlooked because they do seem to be doing more with it, but like the fact that it's like not permanent, you know? I think the Elusive Realm should become permanent, or there should be a baseline of it that's always there. And again, for me, it's something that could be resetting on a regular basis as well, because I think it clears Terror of Adversity. Now, I know it's a different kind of content, you know? I know it definitely is different, and it's definitely easier, but I just think it's better, man. It's
Well,
just
there
better.
you go, guys. It's coming back in the 1.4, so really nice that they're bringing it back. It's pretty much their best event, so it's really nice if we can get this at least once a patch. It gives a ton of rewards, ton of Ashtrice, ton of materials, really nice event, and it's pretty fun at the same time. So it's coming back in 1.4 alongside the Camellia update. And lastly, the 2.x versions currently go up to 2.6. Not confirmed yet, so from 2.0 all the way to 2.6, it seems they have a lot in store for us, as I believe we're getting 2 more versions than the 1.x versions. Because remember guys, after the 1.4 version update, we're going straight to the 2.0 update, and that's pretty soon when we think about it. So we gotta get ready for that. A lot of new stuff is incoming.
Can't wait.
And this is a pretty...
Do you reckon the PlayStation launch is going to happen for 2.0? I feel like it's a perfect time, right? I was kind of thinking that we were going to get the Jian rerun and the potential Yinlin rerun around about when it launched on PlayStation, because I thought it would make sense that those reruns would happen, but obviously they're not. Do you now think 2.0 is going to be the way? It'll be like the soft relaunch of the game. 2.0 drops, big amount of massive amount of new content. It's coming to PlayStation. You've got all of 1.0 right the way through to 2.0. Bunch of new characters. Potentially, you know, some people talking about reworks of earlier stuff as well, which would be good for the game, especially for people coming into the game new, because the middle part of 1.0 just gets a little bit drab, doesn't it? And then, you know, it takes off at the end, and 1.1 and 1.2 have been fine, in my opinion. Obviously, still yet to play 1.3 because I've been sick. But yeah, man. Yeah. I'm looking forward to 2.0.
pretty good set of changes. The addition of skins for weapons and characters, that really surprised me. And also the new quality of life changes. A upgraded battle pass with the additions of skins is pretty damn cool. I'm really interested to see how they will implement this in the game. Let me know in the comments which feature are you the most excited for so far.
Skins all day, skins, and then skins in the battle pass, and more skins. I'm here for it.
The new characters, the quality of life changes, or the big system changes.
Because like, I feel like skins as well, if you give dope skins, they're going to be the thing that's going to make people think, I've got to pull on that character now. Or when that gets a rerun, I'm pulling on that character, because that character now is just... Because like, for me, you've got the waifu meta, the fun meta, and then the meta. And it kind of goes in the order of the waifu and the fun meta is most important to me. Of course, fun is the most important. But in terms of like when you first see a character, the waifu meta comes first. And then the meta's the last thing for me, really. Now, if you can get all of those at the same time, then you've got a must pull. But yeah, a character doesn't need to be the best character for me to want to pull on them. If they look good and they play fun, I'm here for it. Because like Cal Charo's one of those. It's not meta. Dude's fun to play, I think.
Like the improved battle pass and the gender change, I'd say we are eating pretty good with each update. The game just keeps improving at a really fast rate, surprisingly. The amount of quality of life changes we've had since the first patch of the game, back to back, is
I love
actually
how
insane.
Legion's just been
Every
sitting here
new
recording
update
himself
brings a
walking
ton
at
of
the
quality
camera
of
for
life
that
changes
jiggle for his
that we're
videos.
basically running out of quality of life changes to ask for Kuro to do because of how well they're listening to the community and the needed changes for the game. They're really fast on it. So yeah, guys, so I would
Bro's getting shameless now.
say the game is eating
Who, me?
pretty good with each update. Even though the revenue was a little bit rough for the last month, I believe WuWa is going to rise up again, easily rise up again within the next few patches. And also a lot of variables were at play here, where we got a free limited 5-star in a patch that wasn't too crazy. It's understandable that the numbers will drop even by
although all these things are true, I think people just need to stop worrying about the sensitive stuff with Wuthering Waves because it's just not a mobile game. I don't think they're ever going to be spectacular. You know, they might improve a little bit now more now there's controller support, but I don't think they're ever going to represent what the game's truly making. And I think people just need to get over it. And if the game ended services, then we know that it did represent it. But I just don't think it does.
Even if it's by half.
People can say that's
but I'm not too worried about it. The developers are literally choosing to make less money and instead choosing to be generous with their player base, giving us free limited units. They really did not have any reason to give us a free limited 5-star. They could have dropped 2 new characters back to back, especially with all the attention WuWa had right now. They could have tried
to... Do you honestly think, no, do you think there would have been backlash if Zhang Li Yao had dropped right? And how he is, you know, he's a good character, and his kit, and his build, and everything. Do you think there would have been some backlash, though, for people who were, like, running Calcharo? It's like, wait a minute, you know? Because he has been kind of overshadowed, paracrept, if you will. He's kind of redundant to a degree. There's the argument there because of how he plays anyway. I don't think he is, because, you know, at the end of the day, unless you're min-maxing, he's not. Is that why he was free? I think that's one of the major reasons why he was free, in my opinion. I do. Honestly, I do, because I feel like there would have been a bit of backlash where people would have been like, wait a minute, this dude's just a rework of Calchero, and I gotta fucking pay for him now, you know? I don't know. Maybe I'm just overthinking that.
Squeeze our wallets, but they're really, really generous, so it's all good. I'm sure WuWa is gonna do great numbers, especially 2.0, if it's this massive. Already a lot of hype behind it. But yeah, guys, that is pretty much all the new leaks and updates for today. If you guys enjoyed, feel free to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and put those notifications on for more WuWa updates. That is pretty much all for this video. If we get anything else, you already know I got you guys covered. But for now, that is all the info. Ton of new stuff being added to the game. Let me know down below.
Alright, okay. Alright, guys, you should check out Legion WuWa, actually, if you want, like, you know, little leaks, rumours and all that sort of stuff. Obviously, it's not confirmed until it's confirmed. But I will say one thing about this game. Leakers have been on the money quite a lot with this game, haven't they? You know, they haven't really missed that often. And when they have, it's kind of been, they're just, you know, they missed the bullseye, but they were still roundabout in the right spots. But yeah, I must admit, Battle Pass, increasing rewards, here for. Give me skins all day long. I'll take those. And agenda swap's great for people who chose Mail Rover as well, you know? You know? Do you reckon skins in the Battle Pass? Would you be getting that Battle Pass every month? Here's a question then. To people who don't buy the Battle Pass, if there was a premium skin at the end of the Battle Pass each month, now obviously, it would obviously factor in if you've got the character, but if there was a premium skin, but then again, there'd be people who'd be like, well, I'm just going to get it anyway, and then when I get a rerun, you know, I can hopefully get the character and then I'll get the skin anyway. If there's a premium skin at the end of the Battle Pass, will it flip you from being a non-Battle Pass haver to being a Battle Pass haver? Would you be a buyer? Would you purchase? Would you grab it? Would you decide, right, that's it then? I'm going to be getting the Battle Pass now. This is for me. I am going in. Take my money. Do you reckon? Because even though I buy the Battle Pass, it's going to make sure I buy the Battle Pass. But if I didn't, I would definitely be like, right, I'm buying it now, you know? Even if that month there was a character like, say it was like Jian, I'd be like, well, you know, at some point there's going to be a rerun and I'll get the rewards out of the Battle Pass anyway. And at some point I'll have that skin ready for when I get that character again in future, maybe. But obviously if it's for a character you've got, you're going to be like, yes, please. Especially if they're like, it's like, it depends on how they do things, though, doesn't it? Because will there be a tier? Will you have, like, the premium ones and then the standard ones? Because it's like, the premium ones, you know, like if it came with the weapon skin, character skin, effect, VFX changes, all that sort of stuff. Is that not worth more than the Battle Pass, potentially? Is that not worth maybe 30 quid? $30, something like that? Would they want to put that on the Battle Pass, or would there be, like, a tier just below it? You know what I mean? Do they, like... It's just the skin. There's no VFX changes and all that sort of stuff. Maybe just the weapon and the character. Because, you know, you're talking, what, a tenner for the Battle Pass. Then again, it's Kuro's MO, really, isn't it, with the way they've ran the game, to be that generous that they'd be like, you know what, this is a skin that we could sell for $30. We're going to stick it in the Battle Pass for a tenner. Isn't it with some of the coatings in PGR? Can't some of those actually be kind of pricey? Because don't some of them come with like companion quests? Some of them. Like they're like special ones, right? I'm sure I heard that somewhere. Yo, guys, if you're watching now on YouTube, be sure to drop a like on the stream. Give me a moment. I have just got to pop out a second and I will be back in MO. Okay. And then I think we'll jump onto the game. All right. Give me a second. Put some tunes on for you guys and I'll be back. Be back. I'm back, guys. Whew. I won't divulge the details. Jeez. Okay. Alright then. Shall we, I guess, have we got anything else we want to check out, though? Let me just double check. Shorekeeper is changing Wuthering Waves forever. We could, what's that? We need to talk about Zenly Zone Zero 1.2. It's bad. Is it? Is it, though? Oh, apparently, TVs are going to be
Hey guys, what is
taken
up? My name is Brent.
all together. Apparently, yeah. Do you know what? I'm curious. I'm curious. It's piqued my interest. As I've said, for anybody who doesn't know, I've been ill for like the last week. I was catching up on Zenly Zone Zero, ready for 1.2, ready for 1.3 of Wuthering Waves as well. And then I got food poisoning, so I haven't tried out any of the new content in either yet. But we need to talk about Zenly Zone Zero 1.2, and on the thumbnail, it said it's bad. I'm interested. Is he? Is he? Red new. Do you know what? I'm going to drop a preemptive sub, preemptive like. Let's see what the video's got to say then. Is 1.2 trash?
Brand new, and in this video, we're going to be talking about my problem with Zenly Zone Zero 1.2 story. Now, I do have a react video for.
Oh, do I really want to watch this thing? Because, like, not that I'm here for the, you know, that I'm like, oh my god, I've been spoiled for a gacha story, I guess, but whatever.
For this, and I was thinking about putting that out.
We'll see. I'll see if I have to back out in a second.
Scrap that, make this video instead, in case anyone wanted to engage with this and discuss with this video specifically. So, what are my thoughts on 1.2 story? Now, it took me a while to come to this conclusion. At first, I did really enjoy 1.2. I did really enjoy 1.2 as a story and playing through it. And I thought that what the devs decided to do, which is the complete removal of TV mode from the story, I thought it was...
Oh, has it been totally took out the story already then? Has he?
A case of them listening and, you know, garnering that player feedback, and as well just respecting it and, you know, fulfilling their wish in the best way possible. After a few streams, and if you've watched my streams, you know exactly what I'm going to be saying in this video, twitch.tv/rednew23, by the way, you'll know exactly what I'm going to say in this video, what my thoughts on 1.2 story are.
Okay.
And my thoughts about 1.2 story...
Is it a case of, you know, you don't know what you've got till it's gone? Is it like the TV system's gone? He's like, oh no. Now, because for me, I like the TV system. I just don't think it works well within a storytelling vehicle. I'd rather just have something a little bit like Star Rail, where I can explore like a sort of linear, straightforward little section in between combat and little potential POIs here and there that interact and give you like little, even maybe just even little like comic cut streams to show you what's going on. I'd be happy with that. But I like the TV system as a whole, just not in the story.
It has nothing to do with the narrative. It has nothing to do with the cutscenes. It has nothing to do with the characters. I love the cutscenes in this game. What I don't like about 1.2 story is purely about the gameplay. And what I don't like is the complete removal of TV mode.
So I was kind of right then.
So what do I not like about it?
Hold up. Before we get into the video, I just want to see what the comment section's saying. Display 1.2, and I've got to say it was peak, short and straight to the point, no filler. One of the better implements of TV mode is Chapter 3, where the ghost chases. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I actually think it's quite a cool, unique way to do, well, not so much story beats, but to do, like, progress in a game. I think it's a really interesting thing, the TV system is. And for things like that, it can be used quite well. You know, like little mechanical parts of the game when you're supposedly doing something and you do it via the TVs. I like that. But I think it's just that, for me personally, now I'm terrible with keeping, you know, focused anyway. It just became kind of like this abstract distraction from what was going on with the story because it felt like it was out of context of what I was actually doing. Although you can see what you're doing, but because you're doing it through the TV system, it doesn't feel like you're doing what you're doing. And there's like this layer between you, and I felt like it kind of removed me a little bit from what was going on, which I wasn't a fan of. But the system itself, quite liked. The only place where complete removal of the TV work is in the MCs and not involved in the story, like with Jane chapter, especially. I agree with that as well, yeah, because it makes sense as well, because it is you, the proxy, operating with your team, isn't it? It's like the the realization of you sitting at your computer doing your thing, isn't it? Really? Okay, all right.
1.2 story was disappointing because TV mode was ripped out. And
Did it really?
I choose my words very carefully here in terms of like how to say that TV mode was removed. TV mode was ripped out because what happened is we got less of a game. There were some moments that were...
This might only happen for 1.2 though, right? Because I'm thinking you've got the TV mode for these little story beats where it's like you mechanically going from A to B and doing these little things in between the combat, right? In between the instances. It's a traversal of the thing you're doing. They want to take it out because people are asking it to take it out. Right, we'll take it out. Because 1.2 was so close around, that literally means you're losing the part of the game, you know, because that story beat isn't going to be happening. I don't know how they've changed it, whether it's just going straight into panel cutscenes or characters are talking about it as they're doing things. I don't know, you know? So it makes sense that you're potentially, you're losing something, you're not gaining anything in that regard. But hopefully in future updates, they start to build the game around not having the system in for the story beats of the game, so you are actually doing those things, or at least most of them. Some things are a little bit too grandiose, I think, to be able to do within the Zenless Zone design philosophy, the way the game works, to be able to, I don't know, to be able to stop a freaking train, or, you know, to slow a train down to jump on it. You're probably not going to be doing that. But where you may be going around a building, keeping lights on and stuff, and having those sort of mechanics, that could be implemented within the game itself, couldn't it?
Not very good because TV mode was removed from the game. And as well, I feel like some parts were added in to compensate for it where it just didn't feel good at all. So what am I talking about? Well, in order for me to like explain to you, we had to hop into the game. So if we go to the game, right, we take a look at the HDD system, chapter 4 story. First of all, we only got 5 stages. We only had 5 stages for the entirety of story mode. And so I think this stage is going to be able to illustrate what I mean. So what you're going to see are these weird little nodes where you have to sort of stay in place and beat everyone else up. So now this is gated, and now you have to wait for these guys to like explode, right? Sort of like destroy themselves before you get to the next section. We have this one now.
Not gonna lie, so far, it doesn't sound bad at all for me, if I'm honest.
And so you have this section too.
Again, as I said though, I think just ripping it out right before 1.2 potentially wasn't the best idea, because not having that buffer area to fill it with something else that adequately allows you to do that part of the game. But so far what I'm seeing here, I'm not against it, because as I said, when I first started playing this game, I want to explore more of the world. I want to do more of the things in the world because it's a cool world. TV's legit killed ZZZ for me. Yo, Chase, what is going on, man? Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Right. Well, there's
good to be back. It's good to feel good as well.
And you're just walking through here and to this combat stage. Kind of awkward.
Yeah, see, for me, this is what this exactly looks like what it is, what I've just said, to be fair. They removed the TV system because people wanted it gone from the story element part of the game, but they're not quite ready to implement the alternative in regards to you physically doing it within the game. And as I said, there's going to be things that you're not going to physically be able to do, stopping a train, getting on, all that sort of stuff, where it's a little bit too grand for the game. But other mechanics are definitely going to be able to implement it over from the TV system into an exploration part of the game. I just don't think they're anywhere near ready for that. Again, future updates, you might have those things in the game actually, where this actually feels a little bit more, you know, enjoyable and more rewarding, shall we say?
Right? And it's these little in-between segments that feel like they were added in to make up for the lack of TV mode, to
I think they definitely probably
create
were.
a sense of progression from combat to combat.
And probably
in
a rush as well.
The stage way. But there's not really a lot here that honestly I feel like anyone should care about. And
I think what it says to me is it's almost like the template, the base of what this sort of stuff potentially can become in the future, hopefully. when it gets fleshed out a little bit more and they've got more time to develop these sort of areas of the game. Because let's face it, when the TV system came in the game, they probably didn't expect people to hate it as much as they did, which I don't, just the way it was used sometimes. That they didn't. This wasn't a backup plan. Now they've had to go to it, and they haven't fleshed it out yet, have they?
The open world exploration of these areas, right? They're not open world. I mean, like the exploration of these areas are very, very limited, right? You have so many props, so many things sort of gating you, right, and keeping you in the lane, that it makes it feel very like awkward.
Linear. It's a linear game at the end of the day. Like, I think what the middle ground to get to is something like the exploration part of Star Rail, in my opinion, when you go in between the major things happening in the game. You know, you're traveling around, there'll be some fights here and there. You might interact with something that maybe goes to a cutscene for something that's a little bit too grand for you to actually be doing in the game. Again, stopping a fucking train or a subway train or something like that to get onto it. You know, I feel like this could definitely work. It just needs a bit of time, man. It needs to be cooked a little bit more.
I'm going to talk over this segment because I forgot to mention it, but I feel like a lot of people will say, well,
yeah, people hated the TV system, didn't they?
Universe in Honkai Star Rail. You're walking between stages like Honkai Star Rail. And in reality, no, you're not. Because what does Honkai Star Rail have in comparison to Zenless Zone Zero? Well, each character has their own overworld ability. Especially...
Yeah, again, though, I feel like this might be a little bit, and now maybe I'm judging too early. I feel like I'm going to sneeze. I feel like it's a bit of an unfair comparison, though, to go directly to Star Rail. I think it could become something like Star Rail, but Star Rail was designed with that in mind, wasn't it? You know, I think it's a little bit unfair to take a game that was designed specifically to be made like this to a game that was designed specifically to be made like this. People didn't like it, so now it's trying to move over to be somewhat like this. They're not going to do it in one patch, are they? Let's face it. You know, they've literally taken the TV system out and replaced it now. It was gonna be somewhat limp on arrival, really. I think this is something that, like, is gonna be maybe 1 or 2, 3 patches in the future where it gets to be more like what it's gonna be like, I would think. Well, I would hope anyway. I hope that it gets to be a little bit more than this, although I'm not massively negative on this. Haven't played it yet, so I can't say. But yeah, I definitely do. I do think we'll see it get towards the destination a little bit more in the future.
With the recent ones, like with Fei Xiao, she runs around with the tornado. Firefly, I think she like blows people up in the overworld. There are a lot of ways you move and maneuver between the stages that are creative and different between each character, and they have like very specific effects on the combat that involve player input. When you are just walking in between from combat to...
You're going to be limited to a degree, though, aren't you? Because this doesn't have all the different attributes that Star Rail has, you know. Like, where I agree, that'd be kind of cool, you know, depending on what character you're using in the overworld. You could enter combat, say you're using a stunner, and you get the jump on a character, and you use an ability, and it adds a set amount of stun to them as soon as you enter the combat, you know what I mean? Like, that could be cool, or an attribute, or whatever. That could be cool.
Combat, all you're doing is walking, and the way Jane Doe walks compared to someone like Caesar, there is no difference. So this is what I mean in terms of like what is removed and what didn't get put in. What you see is a lot of what makes Zenless Zone Zero boring, and not what makes Zenless Zone Zero feel fun or unique. And sorry, I know there's a difference between how Jane Doe walks and Caesar walks, but in this combat stage, you literally cannot walk, so you're just running through each combat. And like, don't get me wrong, the environments and everywhere are very pretty.
Also, I do love the whole aesthetic of Zenless Zone Zero. It's a nice place to be. It reminds me of Valorant in that sense, where it's like when you're in the game, it's like, it's nice and pretty, you know what I mean? It's got a good vibe to it.
They're very, very cool to look at. I think the environments team did a very good job, actually. But I just don't think that this is a valid replacement. And here, put yourself in perspective.
Obviously, I'm assuming. I think this is a temporary replacement. I'm going to go out on a limb, and I think this is a temporary replacement, if I'm honest. You know, it's short notice, it's temporary. it's a start, I guess. And at the end of the day, people wanted the TV system gone. They couldn't expect a fully fledged, fully fleshed out replacement like that right off the bat, could they? I think it's a little bit too much to expect that.
Time. Chances are you're not listening
unless
to
you're
what
willing,
the dialogue is in the background.
to wait multiple patches for it to be removed, you know?
You're not listening to Lighter, Belle, Bernice, any of the banter that's going on, and so you're missing a lot of that character interaction. And so if you're playing through this for the very first time, what you're not doing is really paying attention to what the character is saying. Not only are there so many sound effects, you can clear the fight very easily. This is hard mode, by the way, before all the dialogue is even dispersed.
You ain't got an eye, bro.
So you don't even get to hear a lot of what Bellum says. You don't even get to hear a lot of what Lighter says, too. And so you miss out on a lot of the character dialogue, the interactions, and the banter, right? And I think that's a big part of Zenless Zone Zero specifically. Because what did Chapter 1 do? Chapter 1 introduced you to Nekomata, who joined the Cunning Hares, right? Chapter 2 introduced you to the Bellabog Heavy Industries. Chapter 3 introduced you to Victoria Housekeeping Company. Chapter 2 Intermission introduced you to Zhuyan and Qingyi. So, like, there are so many character introductions, and it is all about showcasing these characters and presenting to you that they're a team and that they talk with each other. They have their enemies like Bellum and Pulchra. I really value that quite highly, and I feel like with the lack of TV mode, you get a lot less of that. Not only do you breeze through the combat stages way too quickly to hear any of the banter, the interactions, but you take away a lot of what makes them.
Well, that's where I said this before in regards to those sort of parts when I was speaking about the TV system. Typically in like an action adventure story game, you have a little bit of a cool down period, a downbeat part, don't you? In between a bit of combat, you know, like where characters are having to squeeze through a location or walk across an area where there's not any enemies and it's nothing difficult. You're just typically doing your W key and you're moving forward as the characters kind of talk to each other and you get a little bit of progress in that regard, don't you? I think that's the way to do it, is have that little bit of and I'm not saying you've got to be squeezing through or doing mechanical things. You could just be walking through an area where there's not any enemies and it's just a bit of a traversal thing, maybe some chests to open, that sort of thing. And the characters are talking to each other as it goes along, you know, just so you get that context and it's not happening while you're in a fight. Because obviously when games do that and characters are there talking to each other and you go into a fight and you're like, I cannot hear you. And then you get out the fight and the end of the conversation, you're like, what the fuck happened? I don't know.
Zenless Zone Zero so special. I also think you have a lot less creative expression. So if I go over here, and
it was unique, the TV system was as well.
The TV mode that we did get from 1.2 as a patch is not in the story, but rather it's in these stages. And look at this.
Which is what I always said. I said personally, for me, the TV system was a good system. It was just implemented wrong. Now I know, obviously, we need a better replacement than what's probably here. That is, I can see that now. It definitely needs to be a better replacement. But I think the TV system in the story mode was not great, in my opinion. It's unique and it was cool, but after a bit, it was like, yeah, I kind of would like this in separate parts, or maybe just here and there in the story, and then allow me to interact with the story in a different way. I.e., I'm actually playing the game, I'm moving around, I'm exploring in a linear area, whatever it might be, which is not necessarily through the TV system, because sometimes it did get a little bit like, oh, just get me through this TV section now, you know, a little bit here and there. And I was an enjoyer of the TV system, so I can understand people who weren't. It was dire.
Look at this Bang Boo. Look at Eos. He's riding a motorbike, and what you're doing here is going through this sort of racetrack almost, and taking these like lightning power-ups and just zipping through, right? I would have loved to see this.
See, but like, how they're bringing racing into the game. Why can't that be a thing that is in the future? Where instead of doing that, you're actually doing it. You know, you're actually racing it. You do it physically within the game. Again, probably short notice for them to get all this sort of stuff into the game just yet when they've gutted it out the game as a system. But I feel like the potential's there to replace it with something like that.
In the final stage of 1.2's story, just going through all of this and trying to, the player wants to go through as fast as possible, right? Just to illustrate this idea that they're a part of this race that are part of Tour de Inferno, right? And so you go through that, right? You're going to collect all these coins, and it's the idea, like, even though you don't have to play through this very quickly, the idea is that playing through it quickly is very fun, right? So, like, this is a fun stage, and I would have loved to see that, some of that anyway, in the Tour de Inferno. As well, the racing stage too. Like, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't want, like, the bike racing stage to be removed from Zenless, but I felt like this could have had its place there too. And you have this one as well. This is another sort of stage for the TV mode that used unique assets for TV mode, like these desert tiles, right? And also these rock tiles, which previously, right, you weren't able to interact with at all. And we can see that there's optimizations for TV mode already with this fast forward system. They've had this before, but it's a lot less awkward now with the weird pauses in between.
Yeah,
I
it was
can go
annoying.
through these blocks, right? And even though it's not much, like, this is another set of gameplay and another way for the writers to creatively express faith in Bell and Wise's role in the story. And that's really what is missing.
Again, I do think the TV system was good in that regards, in terms of a representation of the proxy's role in what they were doing. It did feel like that, but at the same time, I felt like sometimes it was just a little bit too abstract from what you were doing. I would rather have been doing it as the characters in the area. You know what I mean? And I understand with the mechanics of what you're doing sometimes just wouldn't translate over into the game because it doesn't have those capabilities, and that would take a long time for them to get to there, you know, like, say, doing all the things you're doing there within the levels. But we can get to somewhere, some kind of middle ground, again, that's a little bit like Star Rail, and then even throw off, you get to a node, and then you go into the TV system just to bang through some little thing, you know, and then you go back to traversal. So you're not traversing in the TV system, but when it's like unlocking something, you do it in the TV system where it's just a little bit smaller, a lot less, and it takes you like 20-30 seconds, but it just adds, it fleshes it out a little bit as well, and then there's some exploration in the instance part of the level as well.
Is Bell and Wise's role in the story. Now, 1.2 kicks off the story, kicks off this chapter by throwing Billy and Bell, or whoever you pick, probably Wise, into a hollow.
Who chooses Wise? I'm sorry. If you did, you're wrong. Who chooses Wise? It's like choosing male rover over female rover. But when it comes to Wise and Bell, dude, it's like the design for Bell it just clears Wise all day long. And it's not even just because she's a freaking chick. It's just Wise just looks like they put half the time into designing him that they did into Bell. You know what I mean? You just, like, straight up, you made the wrong decision.
Right? They drive the truck off the cliff into a hollow.
Facts.
And so what you're missing
wrong.
is this depth of expression. What I mean by that is that in the stage where Bell and Wise are thrown into a hollow, they don't have access to HDD, they don't have EOS deployed. This is a perfect stage to have this sort of combat-to-combat stage setup, where you don't have the TV mode. Because what is missing? Well, Bell and Wise are not interacting with HDD. They are not interacting with EOS. They do not have a bird's eye view of all things. But with everything else following that, where they do get the HDD system set up and they are able to provide support as a proxy to the Hollow Raiders, that is the depth of expression you're missing. You're not seeing things through their eyes anymore. You only walk around as Caesar and you see EOS kind of follow your tracks, and you hear the banter, but again, you can't really pay attention to the banter because you're too focused on the combat that is happening in front of you. Now,
that's why they need to stagger the combat and the expression between the characters. You know, you need to have a bit where you're walking, the characters do all that, then you get into some combat so it's not overlapping. I get what he's saying totally, especially with the expression in regards to you're not seeing it through the proxy's eyes anymore, because that is a major thing in the game. And I do that. That was the cool thing about the TV system. I still think it can be done really well without the TV system being there and having it in some regards, whether you control EOS when you're doing that and you're walking with the group of people. That could be kind of cool. I don't know. But then maybe only when you're in the non-combat areas, and then it just automatically switches you when you get to combat. I don't know, maybe that wouldn't necessarily work. But I think there's ways to get there, you know, to get there where this traversal thing without the TV system could work really well. They've got to build on it, yeah. And it's going to take a few updates, I think.
I also want to like illustrate a difference, right? Now, you might be wondering, why didn't you complain about this in 1.1? Why didn't you say anything about 1.1? Well, it's because 1.1 is completely different. 1.1 is completely different from 1.2. And why is it? Well, if you go to the video archive, right, you see, first of all, there's 4 sections: Asian stories, Faith in story, and a special episode. Special episode is what we got for 1.1 as far as what the story is. It was a filler patch. It was a filler story. It's how I think of Zenless Zone Zero. What it's going to be is 1.0 main story beat. 1.1 is going to be filler. 1.2, another main story beat. 1.3, guess what it's going to be? Probably another special episode. Probably another filler sort of episode, an intermission, before we get 1.4, where everything sort of comes together. And I'm highly anticipating that to involve Miyabi and Section 6 and Hollow Zero, a huge, huge story chapter. So, back to my point, right? 1.1 special episode. Why is this different? Well, it's because you're not following Faithin's story. Bell and Wise, Faithin, they have no involvement in this story whatsoever. And so you're playing as Jane Doe. You have nothing to do with Faithin, Bell, and Wise, and so there's no HDD system. There is no TV mode. That's why 1.1 felt very good. It's because when you're playing as Jane Doe, you are interacting with the world as Jane Doe. Versus...
Maybe that's what'll happen more. Bell and Wise will be major parts, and they'll stay major parts, and they'll still kind of be the protagonists, but you'll see it through the eyes of people around them potentially to get around that. I don't know. I think this is something that Hoyo will solve, if I'm honest. I do. I think in, you know, a year's time, people will look back and go, you know, it's better now, the system that's been applied. Again, as somebody who enjoyed the TV system, I did. I just think it was implemented in not the best way. I still think they are going to get to a point where it will be better. Because when I first started playing Zenless, you know, when you were going around your first instances, which were smaller than what you've got now anyway, I was just like craving for that. Like, I want that kind of Star Rail experience here. I want to be able to run around a little bit more and feel like I am a part of what's going on here rather than seeing it through the proxy's eyes, because of all the characters in the game, which I get it. It's one thing that's cool about Zenless is the proxies, because they're not these chosen one all-powerful characters. They're just a couple of like hacker kids who tend to be ahead of the game. They've got the edge, which is cool. But like, I can still enjoy myself in terms of the exploration through the eyes of the other characters, or with EOS tagging along personally for me, and still get that feel to the game. I've got to play it first yet, though. I'm saying all this and I ain't touched it. I might touch it and be like, yeah, I get exactly what he's saying.
Is when you're playing through 1.2 story, yeah, you do have the trial characters, right? If I go to story mode, I go to easy over here. If I go to the first stage, right? That is the first stage. It's reordered because I didn't collect all the boxes. But you're playing through Billy, right? You're playing through this stage as Bernice. You're playing through this stage as Caesar. But you're not really playing through the story as these characters. Because what happens in between the stage? You go back to controlling Bell. You go back to interacting with the NPCs as Bell. This is Faithin's story. This isn't Caesar's story. Faithin is being introduced to Caesar and the Sons of Caledon, but that's it. Everything else comes back to Faithin, to Bell and Wise. And Bell and Wise are some of the best like contributions to gacha gaming as a genre, because they're their own fleshed out characters. They're not a self-insert like power fantasy wish fulfillment bullshit. Like,
yeah, it's true. You're not like the adjutant. You know, even like something like PGI, you're not like a commandant. You're not just this disembodied character that's got a voice or some text, and then there is this power fantasy. You're surrounded by these ultra powerful characters. Again, this is one thing I do like about Zenless Zone Zero. I think it's kind of unique. The Bell and Wise situation is because it's a little bit more, I don't want to use the word realistic, but it's not that same trope of like you're a character that's just running this team, or you've woke up and you are the chosen one kind of thing. You know what I mean? You've got amnesia. It's just like you've reset on a journey that you're these tech kids who are in a world that the skills they have puts them in a really good position to earn money on a side hustle. And that's kind of what they are. They're just really good at what they do, and they're getting deeper and deeper into this story that's ongoing in the world, aren't they? And I really like that about the game, actually.
Rover is. Sorry, I had to throw it in, right? Or like most, not even like WuWa
Genshin?
in general,
You know what I
but a
mean?
lot of gacha games are like that,
Yeah.
where the main character is just the self-insert for you as the player, and
Yeah.
you have like this crazy godly influence over the narrative and the story as a whole.
It's basically just your
Wise
avatar, isn't it?
are weak. They are neats. They are just the support. They are very, very much incapable of doing anything on their own. But at the same time, they are invaluable to the success and the survival.
So, like, what about maybe when you're doing the traversal bits within the the freaking the hollows, whatever. That, I don't know, this sounds really simplistic, but Eos just hops up onto the shoulder of the character you're controlling, so it feels like that, that connection's still there. And then when you're out of the hollows, you're interacting as them as a whole, so you still feel like the story's through their eyes in that regard. It's just that you're clinging on to one of those characters in the hollow, which you are anyway when you think about it. There's plenty of times in the cutscenes where Eos ends up hopping onto somebody or is being carried by somebody. So that kind of going into the gameplay itself, I don't think it's a massive stretch anyway, and would pull you out of that immersion that you are Bell or Wise. Because Eos really, apart from being the navigator, isn't capable of doing anything in the hollow anyway. So just kind of being attached to the character that you're controlling, for me, wouldn't pull me away from that necessarily. But I understand exactly what he's saying, and he's right in regards to like his premise and the point and the whole idea of how Bell and Wise are integrated into this story. They are they are the proxies, aren't they? And it's quite unique in that regard. And again, the TV system itself was an incredibly unique system. I just think it could still be used on story beats with exploration that you're controlling the characters, just done in these little like puzzles. They become part of puzzles as you're moving through, and then it feels like you are Bell and Wise, and you're not just the bang boo hanging on the shoulder of the character. You get to this thing that you need the proxy to do, and the EOS hops off, runs over to the thing, and then boom, you go into a little TV system that's a lot smaller, a lot more condensed, but has a little bit more of a puzzle mechanic to it, and there's not all the running around in the TV system, maybe,
Of the Hollow Raiders, because they are
Hey,
the
what's up, Stutzer?
navigators, right? They provide invaluable support to them. They have their own role. And what I got with the story of 1.2 was a heavily muted and diminished sort of involvement from Phaethon. I didn't really...
Again, this makes sense to me, though, because they've ripped something out of the game and they've not got a replacement ready for it yet.
Bernice,
I think they will
mainly
get
walking through the stages as them and going back to Phaethon, right? And this sort of jump between perspectives did not feel very organic at all. It felt very disjointed, and it felt like Bell and Wise were much less of a character because you didn't get to hear a lot of the banter from Bell and Wise.
Again, I love Belle's design, I do. I think she's one of the coolest looking protagonists in the gacha genre. I think her design's great. For the character that you were controlling, I do. I think she's a really freaking cool design, man.
Wise or Fairy, for the matter, either. So, yeah, those are my thoughts on Zenless Zone Zero 1.2. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. I'll see you guys in the next one. Take care, peace, and bye.
All right, man. Yeah, all fair points. Fair points, and I can definitely understand where he's coming from. Again, as I say, I think they've took a fundamental feature out of the game that was designed for the launch of the game. The game was specifically designed around it in this unique core component, and then people didn't like it, and they've said, okay, we're going to take it out. They've took it out, and they don't quite have the replacement there yet. You know, I think it's clear to see that. Now I think it's which do you prefer? Would you have preferred the TV system to a stadium for a bunch of more patches till they get there, or rip it out now and then slowly build up to where they want to be? I think that's the question there. Really, I do think they will get there though. I think it's probably going to take time though, because again, it was a fundamental core component to the game, wasn't it? And how the game was designed, really. So it's going to affect massively how the story's told, because it was a massive part of the storytelling in the game, in traversing into different parts of the game. So it's going to fundamentally change the way you interact with the game and how the story's told from the get-go. So yeah, I think it'll just take time. I think they'll get there though. I think they'll get there. You know, how they get there, I don't know. But I'm sure they'll get there. Yeah, but great video that was, actually. Great video. I like those sort of videos, you know, looking at it in a little bit of a different way rather than just like, well, this sucks now, but actually looking at how it affects the story and affects your immersion and your connection to what's going on in the world as well. Because I definitely do like that about Zenless. I think it's quite unique in the gacha space, how it does that. How you are the protagonist, how you interact with the rest of what's going on, rather than just being this like isekai freaking amnesiaed character that's just the chosen one, you know, or just is the chosen one, or it's a power fantasy of where you're running this elite squad of waifus that all love you. You know, I like it, to be fair. So yeah, I hope they do fix it. And we'll check out 1.2 soon as well. Did you see the Unreal Engine Megalites demo? Yes, I did not. No, I'll have a look at that though. This is Unreal Engine 5.5 Megalites tech demo. This is for PS5. Yeah, it goes all right as well. So I'm feeling a lot better now. Got food poisoning day, so my arsehole feels like it's been through a meat grinder. Rough few days, actually. Never had food poisoning in my life, and oh my god, I don't ever want it again. But yeah, I'm feeling a lot better now. Still a bit dehydrated and just a bit run down, but I don't know, man. This just tells me that by removing the TVs now, people see how little relevance the MC actually does have in the story. It's a fair point. It's a fair point. I think they do. I think it's just that it's like they have an abstract involvement in the TV in the story, don't they? It's like I think ZZZ is almost like a realization of us as gamers controlling the narrative, the proxy. It's kind of like that in a way, you know. So I think it was always going to be done in kind of like this abstract way. That's why it was quite unique. I just don't think it hit quite, or it wasn't used in the right amount. I think there was a balance to be found in regards to you actually moving around with inside the hollow, because I always wanted to do that personally, and then having the TV system in as well. So you felt like you were sitting on the shoulder of one of the characters, but then at the same time you felt like you're actually doing the proxy's job, because it's quite weird, isn't it? Like I'd like to see that as well, because I feel like it gives you a little bit more representation of what the proxy is experiencing. Because sometimes when you see EOS running around, it feels like they're on a headset VR, you know, a VR headset. It feels like that's what they're experiencing, because they feel like they're but then other times it feels like maybe they're just sitting at the desk clicking buttons, you know. So I feel like it could have been a kind of a cool middle ground to actually bring it all together a little bit better, potentially. I don't know. I like that there's no more TV, just at the TVs when it actually matters. Yeah, like this is what I was saying, like, you know, freaking, hold up a second. Right, okay. We're fetching it, we're doing the Asmongold today, didn't we? I know, just say you got the start point of a level, right? This is where you're in. You know, usually you'd have the TV system. You've got all your TV system bit, yeah, with all your different stuff, whatever, and then you exit the TV system, okay? and then you've got these little different mechanics that happen throughout the TV system. The rest of it's just like, you're moving around and picking up coins and whatever. So you could have the level, you go in, you're exploring as your characters here, you choose who you want to, say you're running around as Nicole, Eos is sitting on your back, you've got your character, Eos is sitting here on your shoulder, yeah? Right? As just a way to represent you as the proxy within there, or Eos is running behind you, whatever, however you want to do it. I know that's what he's kind of doing now. And then you're moving around, you're doing your thing, you're doing a little bit of exploration. Oh, there's a chest over here. You open the chest kind of thing, you know what I mean? You smash some boxes. Okay, there's a fight here. Characters stop talking. You get into your fight. You do your thing. You go along here. There's a little thing to connect to, some sort of terminal. And that enters into the TV system, right? And there's a little puzzle to do, and you go through doing that. Then you exit. The character moves over to Eos as you connect to the system, and then you do the TV system there, and then you go back to doing more exploration. You find some more chests or whatever, get into a little bit more combat, back into the TV. I know this is great drawing. Back into the TV system here. You do the TV system, and then you carry on, end of the level, you get into a fight kind of thing, you know what I mean? And then a few instances that are happening on the way in regards to, combat beats and sub-bosses and end mission bosses, you know what I mean? I feel like that could work, and then you get to feel like you are exploring the Hollow as Eos, but you're not controlling Eos, because I feel like that might get a little bit jarring, because you'd be running as Eos here, and then when you get to the combat, you'd have to switch and vice versa, where being the character with Eos potentially just holding on to them, because he does in cutscenes, and then, as you go into combat, Eos hops off your shoulder and he's kind of just hanging around waiting for the fight to end. And then you get to this bit and the Eos hops off the character's shoulder, runs over to the terminal, and boom, it zooms in and it's a TV system kind of thing happening there. I feel like that could kind of be some sort of go-between, in my opinion. So you'd still have the TV system here and here, but instead of this entire thing being TV system with a fight here and a fight here, you're doing a bunch of exploration, and you've got TV system here and TV system here, and it feels a little bit more enjoyable then, because it's smaller, it's a bit more impactful, because you're unlocking the next area. Say there's a wall here and you have to break the wall, and then the wall gets broken and you carry on, and something has to be moved or whatever it might be. Lights have to be switched on in an area. You go in and you use a TV system to switch the lights on, and you can continue on. I feel like that could kind of work personally. But I think at the minute, you've had this major system of the game, which has now been gutted, and within a patch, maybe people are expecting this or something like this, and I think it's a bit unfair to expect, after taking out this fundamental system of the game, to expect a fully fledged explorable system to be added into the game. Now, I'm not saying that's what he was saying, but I definitely think there will be some of those arguments to be made, as if people are expecting, well, where's the fully cooked replacement, dude? It should be here, because we've got to remember that the TV system was a massive core component of the game, wasn't it? But anyway, that's kind of what I think. I felt like I just had to scribble it down then to kind of get it out. bad scribble, but Anyway, all right, let's check out this Unreal Megalite thing then, shall we? What's this on the PlayStation 5? Yeah. Okay. I'm always here for a bit of a Unreal porn. So let's check this out then. Unreal 5.5 Megalites.
Thank you, Simon. Hey, Victor.
Hey, everyone.
Let's jump
Man bun?
right
Okay.
into it. When we look at where to take Unreal Engine in the future, we start with the user, asking ourselves how the tools and the tech get out of their way as they bring their ideas to life. One challenging limitation for our creators has been the cost of shadow casting lights. To that end, we've developed new technology that enables artists to use orders of magnitude more and higher quality light sources than ever before. Let's take an early look at this new feature we're calling Mega
So is this going to be running on the PlayStation 5? 30 FPS?
Lights. And who better to guide us through this
PC Master Race,
experience
baby.
than our intrepid explorer from Lumen in the land of Nanite, Echo. Let's see what's up ahead, Victor.
Always something new to discover.
It's hard to get the experience of this
Before we
sort
get
of
into
stuff,
the
isn't it, though,
details of
because,
Megalites, I
1080p.
first wanted to talk about this environment. built using a suite of brand new assets from the Quixel Megascans library. We've also partnered with Kitbash 3D. They're an awesome resource for 3D models and materials. You can soon find many of these assets on our new Fab Asset Marketplace if you want to use them in your own projects.
Okay, that looks impressive.
Moving on, let's talk megalights. Unreal Engine.
What happened there then? In that archway? Looked a bit janky at first.
Moving on, let's
like
talk
popping.
megalights. Unreal Engine is at its best when users can express themselves without technical constraint. Like Nanite did for
is that a portal or something, changing areas or something?
Angles or lumen for global illumination. Megalights
it's
removes
changing on the fly.
limitation in a whole new category: direct lighting and shadows.
Oh, didn't we? Wasn't that the very first thing we saw initially? Wasn't it when they were showing off the PlayStation 5? I remember that thing there because this is the girl, wasn't it? From that actually, it was a whole nanite thing, yeah.
For example, these textured area lights, considered the gold standard of offline rendering. Here they are in real time, spilling vibrant color into the scene, casting soft shadows, and illuminating the environment in a way artists simply couldn't have done before.
That is impressive because because we've never really seen anything like that. We obviously saw lighting affecting the environment and stuff, but actually something like a big screen, you know, like, I don't know, say you're at a museum or something like that, and then actually reflecting in real time on what's around you. He's pretty sick, actually. Okay, I take it back what I said earlier because I didn't realize
a whole new tool in the creator's toolkit is huge, but that's not the only way megalights make
Dude, the lighting baked onto the wall then changing.
Makes things better. Let's see what's next.
That's incredibly immersive.
Who are you?
So it looks like Echo has found herself in quite an interesting marketplace here. It's just about to open for the day. Let's turn on some of these shop fronts and see what's for sale.
Okay, that looks good.
There's something missing though. The scene, it's flat, it's undefined. Let's turn on shadows, but not just for a few important lights, for every single light in the entire view.
Damn. Okay.
From these main shop fronts to the screens, the displays,
shit, that looks so good.
flickering oil lamps, string lights, candles, signs. We're free to use whatever lights we need to tell our story and bring this beautiful environment to life.
That looks so natural
Now,
then when
the
everything
density
lit
of
up
light
there.
sources you see here, it's extremely high. And this is what you get when artists are working playfully without...
Bro, what the fuck is the bitrate on this video? Is this IGN? Who is uploading your videos? YouTube's compression just had a stroke, for real? Hold up. It's because they're uploading an AVO1 codec, because obviously it's random to get this unless you're uploading at 1440p. You know? I know you're probably upscaling the video. Just fucking upscale it to 1440p if you have to, and you won't get any of this. You might be getting a little bit of loss of quality in regards to you turning a 1080p recording into 1440p. But oh my fucking god, dude. This is a fucking massive corporation. Fix up.
Without limitation. Okay, let's go back to the scene. Victor, let's go further. Let's activate all these animated drones and robots. Over one...
That's why if you look on my YouTube channel, you know when I upload videos, I always upload at 1440p. Even if the video's been recorded at 936p, that shit's going up at 1440p. And guess what? I guarantee ya, it looks better than uploading at 1080p, especially if there's fast-moving stuff or a lot of stuff on screen, because YouTube just shits the bed otherwise.
1,000 individual shadow-casting light sources in this view alone.
Holy cow.
Wow.
That looks like something out of a movie when that's lighting up there. And that's in-engine as well.
Little fireflies.
all of these lights, they're movable, dynamic, scattering through the volumetric fog, and Megalights handles this impressive scene without missing a beat. As we continue on, it's worth mentioning that removing these limitations around light count and shadows, it doesn't just apply to point and
Smash the
spotlights,
stuff up,
but to
bro.
area lights as well.
What happens when you smash stuff
Megalights
up?
enables artists to use area lights as
Break
freely
things.
as they would
Come on.
any other light source.
The candles look good as well. Okay,
Now,
looks good.
whether you're using textured area lights, light functions, crisp shadows, or lovely soft shadows, you can have huge numbers of lights of any type in whatever configuration works best for your scene. Now, as we send Echo off on her next adventure, we should mention performance. What you've seen here is running live on a PlayStation 5. Megalights is included in WuWa 1.3. It's an experimental feature in 5.5, and you can also check it out.
Question is, though, implemented into a video game, what's FPS is it going to be? Because I bet on a fucking PC, this would tank. Even on like a 4090, I bet, you know, it'd be like, whoa, shit, it'd be getting strained a little bit. This will be running at like 15 FPS on a PS5, I would think. Suppose it makes sense to show this off when the pros come in. But even then, I bet a pro would struggle to do this.
Out on the expo
In-game,
floor if you
you
want
know,
a closer
actually
look at all the
in-game.
pretty pixels.
Dude, she's walking like me this last week, man, after having food poisoning.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Simon.
Hey, if you ever feel useless at your job, just remember that dude just did that for fucking, and he got paid to do that. Yeah? Got paid to stand there and walk around that area. It's like, bro, are you hiring? I can do that. I ain't used a pad for a while, but I'm pretty sure I could do that. All right, that was impressive, actually. That was impressive. Looks cool. Yeah, man. Interesting to see it implemented and how well it runs, you know what I mean? All right, should we jump into a bit of a WuWa, shall we? A bit of WuWa. Let me just double check if we haven't ever got anything else we want to watch. Oh, that was a wet burp. I do apologise. And Shorekeeper's changing more than in waves. Let's talk about the countless gacha game scams. I do want to watch that video, but it's like 22 minutes long, man. Do we watch it, chat, or do we get onto the game? Let's talk about the countless gacha game scams.
Y'all just put a head out on me for saying
You know, do we check this out? Do we check it out? It's not even just gacha game scams nowadays. It's like, geez. Oh, Fantastic are back as well, aren't they? You know, I remember the guys the day before. They're coming back with, well, they've come back with a new game. And they've actually released it for free. And you'd be thinking, holy shit. Maybe they've, like, you know, turned a corner. It's another asset flip. It's another asset flip. They literally just got shit off the asset store and put it into a game. And it's like some Fall Guys ripoff. It's just like, those guys just don't know when to stop, you know? Kind of hilarious, actually. Where's Concord on my Twitter feed again as well? Oh, apparently this Concord DLC is not, I mean, Concord Starfield DLC is not going down great, is he? Pretty vapid game though, wasn't it? That's vacuous. Starfield, because Todd Edwards actually come out and says maybe it was a little bit too big. Starfield. It's like, oh duh. This is what I was saying when we was talking about gacha games and like open world games and how open worlds can be a detriment to video games sometimes. Because remember, for a few years, where every developer, when it came to an open world game, was the selling point was, well, our world's bigger than their world. Have you seen the size of our world? It's so many square kilometers and it's this big and this big and this big. And it was just like each subsequent game got emptier and emptier and emptier because it was all about scope rather than actual scale, if that makes sense, in regards to what was to do and what there was in the world. And Starfield's a perfect example of that. It's as wide as an ocean and as deep as a puddle, isn't it? You know what I mean? It really is a perfect example of that, to be fair. I did as well, Chase. I did. Asman was impressed with it, but also commented on the fact that graphics are kind of plateauing right now and sees the next step being more in the direction of enabling developers to have better and more accessible tech to create stuff like this, as visuals are almost universally hitting photorealism. Yeah, it's diminishing returns, isn't it? You know, with anything, you know, you're always going to have diminishing returns, aren't you? There's just like, you have that massive expansion, whether it's, you know, whatever, any form of tech, cars and speeds and mileage and all that sort of stuff. At some point, you're trying to squeeze every little last percentile out, aren't you? And you're using a lot more resources to get such a small return as well. You know, you just got to look at computer power in general in that regards. Yeah, I think that's where AI is going to come into it, whether people like it or hate it. Those things are going to become much more accessible. People are going to be able to make things on a much smaller time scale, a bit more grand. Things are going to be a lot more dense, cost effective as well. I think that's going to be a major factor in the gaming industry over the next couple of years. Is things are going to be cheaper, faster, accessible to more people, and I think inevitably it's probably going to be better for us at the end of the day. It might not be better for certain people within the industry in certain jobs. I get that, but I think for us, I think we're going to start to see maybe we're going to go from this where you could see game companies putting out multiple games over the space of a year or two to where we've got to this point now where development's going on for decades of games and they're just not there, to it starting to condense again, to development getting smaller and smaller and smaller and stuff starting to pace up, and as tech advances in that regard, you know, in terms of efficiency rather than raw power. Mind you, this sort of stuff isn't really aimed at me. I'm still gaming in 1080p. Ain't nothing wrong with gaming at 1080p, bro. I only moved up to 1440p myself in the last, year or so. But don't get me wrong, I do notice a difference now. Sometimes when I boot up games, and it's probably worse because obviously I'm on a 1440p monitor, and the game's defaulted to 1080p. I'm like, holy shit, man, there's a butter on my screen. You know what I mean? It's like a lot of people say that to me, like when I put up these RTX videos. I'm like, bro, you're running a 4090. Why the fuck are you out putting videos at 1440p? And it's because I'm on a 1440p monitor, bro. And two, I like doing them ones as well anyway, because everybody's doing the 4K shit. Like, really, my graphics card's really designed to be putting stuff out to 4K. But when I play everything at 1440p, I get maximum frames, and that's what I'm here for. Turn everything up to high, and everything's maxed out, and I'm getting all the frames. All of the frames. Yeah, it was impressive. It was impressive, especially that bit when it looked up to the tower all lighting up. That was like seeing something out of a movie, that was, in real time, in engine, which was impressive. All right, then. I'll tell you what. We'll watch this video another time. Let's jump on WuWa. Jump on WuWa. Let's do it. Let's do it. Because it is 3 o'clock, I just realised. I said I didn't know how long this stream was going to be. To be fair, I've gone longer than I was expecting, if I'm honest. Because first stream back, you know. Still not feeling A1. Feeling a lot better than what I was, but, you know. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, dude. This kid is based. Holy shit. Oh, you guys can't see that. Let me show you. Let me show you this shit. Hold up. You guys need... Oh, fuck up. I ain't going to be able to see it now, am I? bet I ain't gonna be able to find it now because Twitter's just gonna make it vanish, isn't it, off my feed now? Yeah, as I thought. Yeah, this kid's based. It's funny still. Holy shit, dude. Yo, what's going on, Grahamfield? Hey, dude, man, you good? Yeah, it's annoying, isn't it, dude? You're like, you see something as you're scrolling down, and it literally vanishes from in front of you. You're like, what? Start scrolling, and it's just gone. It's just gone. Yeah, I agree. Going back to the Starfield thing, had high hopes. You know, it was the first. Okay, well, yeah, first new IP that we got from Bethesda in a while. Somebody who's a massive Fallout fan, huge enjoyer of Skyrim. You know, Bethesda, OGs. You know, it's just so many of those great game companies now are just not the same anymore. BioWare, another one of my favorites from back in the day. You know, I'm hoping this new Dragon Age is going to be okay. I'm a little bit worried it's not going to be, though. When I went broke with PGR after pulling for Bianca skin, I knew I had to get the skin, 49 banner pulls, but they gave back 20 pulls for weapons and gold tickets, so it actually cost me 29. So I guess I won't be getting Luna and a weapon. I need to get back on PGR, actually. I ain't been playing many games this week because, you know, not being well. I've jumped in, got my logins, and done a dailies here and there. I was going to play some Throne and Liberty on the day it came out. Fucking 5,000 in the queue, and then the game just kicked me out, and I was like, yep, I ain't up to this today. I'm not doing it. But I do want to play some Throne and Liberty as well. I did say if I don't feel too bad tonight, maybe I'll play a little bit. But Man United want to break my heart again tonight, don't they? So I've got to go and do it to myself. You know, it was great. I was ill the weekend. I had an afternoon nap on Sunday. I was like, you know what? Set my alarm. Let's watch the football. That'll cheer me up a little bit. Shouldn't have even bothered. Because at the moment, my club fucking suck so bad that, like, it's not even sad. Well, it's not even, I'm not even angry anymore. It's just, it's sad. It's just like, what the fuck, dude? You know? I gotta laugh because it's like, otherwise I'll cry because we're so freaking bad. Unbelievable. Like, there was part of me as well. Bruno Fernandes shouldn't have been sent off. But like when he did, I was like, shit, at least maybe he's going to be forced to make some different choices in the middle of the pitch then in the next couple of games. He got overturned because it was a wrong decision. So it's like, no, he's not. He's just going to fall back on it. But I guess all we can say is that after losing tonight, which we probably will, and losing to Villa, which we probably will, because Villa are just looking insane at the moment, that fucking Dutch prick of Goff. Because, yeah, I'm sick of it now. I'm sick of it. Man, I wish we had Unai Emery. Really do. Villa looked out. Going from like almost relegation battling to fucking Champions League to doing what they're doing like in that short space of time. It's like, you know, it's like I gave him so long. You know, we won an FA Cup. We won a Carabao Cup. It's okay, trophies. We haven't got any trophies for a couple of years. But like, we're going backwards, man. That first season, all right. Some terrible performances, but You know, table made up for it. Champions League football made up for it. We got a Carabao Cup made up for it, like buzzing. And then, I just went down. It's just been downhill since. This season's been abysmal. You know what I mean? Fucking 12th in the table. What's going on, 90 Nights? How you doing, buddy? Okay. You know, I know people go, stuck up Man United fans, they had the team that there was. It's like, fuck off. We shouldn't be 12th. You know? I'd happily take, like, finishing the top 6 at the minute, challenging for top 4, and then with the aim that in, like, 4 or 5 years' time to be challenging for the Prem again. You know? Christ, bro. We're going to be challenging to fucking win the championship in a couple of years' time if we carry on. You definitely ain't winning me over now. I'm feeling a lot better, thank you, Nighty Night. Still not 100%, but I'm feeling a lot better. Soda Cream's been my savior though recently. You know, it's been a lifesaver, absolute lifesaver. Still got to deal with this lag though when I boot into the game. All right then, we have not done any of 1.3. We have not done any pulls since the new content dropped. We have not tried out any new events. We have done nothing. So we're going to go and get Shorekeeper. Hopefully we don't have to do too many pulls because we guaranteed that because we lost our 50-50 on Jeje. Jay-Z. Yeah. Let's go get this chick then, shall we? We go get her. Let's go get her. You're doing good. That's good to hear, buddy. That's good to hear. Okay. All right, we've got a couple of weapon pulls that we can do as well. So hopefully we can get it really early and then go for the weapon as well. Because I'm thinking I want to go for the weapon. It's, you know, it's nothing insane, but I kind of want to go for it just for future characters as well as her. Also, kind of wouldn't mind getting some copies though. So it's like, do I get the weapon or do I go for copies? And then I'm like, well, you who's on the Gian banner now are kind of thinking I'm going to be pulling on that. And then obviously we got Camellia. And at the minute, Kuro are trying to steal all my money. I'm okay with it though, because they've been incredibly good to us recently. So, you know. Also out of 32,000 Asteroid, I got C2 Shorekeeper now at 20,000. Okay, what took to 12k then? That's not too bad. Pardon me. All right, then. Let's do it then, shall we? We'll do a couple of individuals and then we'll do some temples, mate. Maybe. Fuck it. Let's start off with a temple, shall we? Let's go. Come on. Stewie. Let's do it. Gamba. Let's go. Okay. What you got for me? Crash.
Chissa, ally of justice,
okay.
at your service.
Neil will be happy about that, but fuck range characters. Crash. Alright, great start. To be fair though, I think actually I don't know. Like I think I'd rather get the Yang Yangs. Where am I actually? It's 2 seconds. Where am I at with my Yang Yangs? Let's have a look.
May I pray for anything specific?
Let's have a look at Luke.
Another day, another heroic me.
Okay. Oh, I'll take that actually. She's stacked now. What is it now? Boom increases basic attack damage. Oh, that's all right then actually. Yeah. Okay, so we can just about fill her out as well. Yeah, we definitely could do with some Yang Yangs. Definitely. Okay, alright, we're doing individuals because that's just how we roll, okay? So, suck it up, buttercup. People always like, do tempos! Shit. I maybe I'll do some temples. Come on. Oh, buddy. Alright, we'll do a temple. Come on. Don't make me go all the way, man. Don't make me go all the way. Has the convene animation changed a little bit? It looks a little bit more fancy in the sky. Am I tripping? I'm sure before it was just darker. Even when you got the colours. Am I tripping or something changed there? Looks a little bit different.
Shisa, ally of
Shisa.
justice at your service. Are you the one who needed a
Okay,
hero?
yeah, great, yeah. That's exactly what I needed.
Ranger Donjing. Worry not.
I'll take that.
My Crimson
I'll take
Blade
that.
will not harm you as long as you haven't done anything bad.
Dungeon enjoyer. Dungeon enjoyer. Okay. I don't know where I'm at actually with Dungeon. Where am I at with Dungeon? I guess I'll take the
May
coral.
I pray for
Really,
anything
you know?
specific for you? It would
Where
be
is she?
sometimes I get a little carried away in battles. I
Havoc
didn't
damage bonus
startle
increased
you,
by
did I?
15%. A further increases another 15% when her HP is like, hey. I like that. I like a bit of Dungeon. Nearly max rate as well. Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. All right, we'll do another temple. Go on. Let's do it. Come on, give me Shorekeeper, man. Just let me, you know.
Oh, time for another afternoon consultation, I see. What's on your mind today?
Could never been mad because of the titties, but you know. Jinzo Keeper. Shit. Where am I? Where was that with her? Well, is she C6 now?
May I pray for anything specific for you? It would be
Perfect weather for a walk today.
I do like her voice as well. The damage of Tao Chi's basic attack and heavy attack is increased by 40% while shield granted resonant skill rock steady shield holds. Yeah. Okay. I don't really use it though, so it's, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Fuck. Alright, let's go again. 10 pull again then. It's 10 pull again. No. Don't want to do it, do you? You don't want to do it. You're going to make me go all the way to hard pity, aren't you, game? You're going to make me go all the way. All the nice things I say about you. And you're going to make me go all the way to hard pity.
Oh, time for another afternoon consultation, I see.
No, Yang Yang.
What's on your mind today?
I'm going back to Fortnite, man. It's Valorant for me. It's Valorant for me, guys. Alright, we'll do some individuals. We'll do some individuals. Shit. Shit. It's because I got a guarantee, man. That's what it is. Game's like, nah, son. Nah. It's not happening, fella. It's not happening. Shit, bro. You know, after you close down the convener, that little pop noise that happens. Boys. Yang Yang me, come on.
Shisa, ally of justice at your
Off, you
service.
ginger bitch.
Are you the one in need of a hero?
No, not you. Alright, we're templing. We're templing. Alright, let's do it. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Alright. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Get me to her. Come on. Come on. Come on.
the Shorekeeper. This name suits me well enough. It aligns with my purpose and drive.
I love her voice.
They only exist because of you.
Yes. Yes. You exist because of me. Yes. Yes. Alright. Happy about that. Yes! Yes! Yo, cheese. What's up, fella? See, I'm happy that we lost our 50-50 on Jejeno.
Understood. I am here to serve your will.
Yes, you are. Where's he?
Understood.
I'd actually say it's the VA now.
Serve your will.
Is that always a thing? Stephanie McKeon. Does she look as good as her voice? Oh, this is weird, but I'm doing it. Was it McKeon? I've not seen her before. Oh, she's Irish. Okay, she does. Yeah, she does. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. Alright. Not too bad, boys. Not too bad. No? That's shorekeeper. Okay. Okay. She is a sick looking character though, isn't she, man? Look how gorgeous she is. Like, she's beautiful. Let's back it. Let's have a look at her. Let's have a look at her, shall we?
Pray for anything specific for you? It would be my honor.
Where is she?
Understood.
There she is.
I am here to serve your will.
Let's have a little perv. Go have a little perv. Obligatory. Bit too much fluff here for us to really perv, but you know. Okay, you know what? Again, Kuro killing it in regards to the in-game models. Vastly, like, just looking so much better than the art. Now, it's not to say that the art's bad. I think it's just that the in-game models look so good in this game that, like, I don't know if it's the way they do the art, though, the way they just typically have the character on that background that they have. I think maybe, I don't know, maybe if there was a little bit more action shots or there was a little bit more bright and colourful, the characters might look a little bit better. But, like, there's so many drip market artwork that falls out for Kuro, and it's like, okay, that character looks cool, man. And then the in-game model comes out, and you look at it, and you're like, holy shit, dude, they cooked on that. You know? Like, bro, she's gorgeous. Gotta use my other mouse because my mouse wheel's knackered on this mouse. The eyelashes and the eyes, man. Look at the detail on, like, a veil. Like, this is what I'm saying about this game, in my opinion. This game is a high-quality AA game. Borderline AAA, in my opinion, in terms of quality. Game that just happens to be on mobile. You know? Now, that's some high-quality H2O, right? Some nice boobies as well. You know? Alright, we need to... I haven't even got any echoes for her, though, actually. I can't even really use the echoes that I've got on Verena. I could nick...
We'll make new findings.
I could nick this geezer. But, like, everything else, really, is kind of, like, built for attack for Verena. Where we need to be building a HP and energy regen,
May I
don't
pray
we?
for anything specific for you? It would
You
be
know?
understood. I am here to serve your will. The energy within me gathers and evolves like delicate threads on a loom, meticulously woven by your hands into a new part of my being.
On a loom. Oh, are these from the new boss then, are they? Fallacy and no returns, drop used for Resonator Ascension. I need to go fight that fuck then, don't we? Right then. The $1 million question. Do we pull on a weapon? Do we go on her again? I don't know. Let's have a look at her, what's it, a second. I forgot them. I forgot them.
Understood. I am here to serve.
So we got C1, Stellar Realms generated by Resonance Liberation End Loop gain the following enhancements. The effective range of the healing and buffs is extended by 150%. Good. The duration is extended by 10 seconds. Very good. Casting intro skill discernment no longer ends the existing Celerel. That's her intro skill, yeah. Ooh. What's her C2? The outer Celerel now increases the attack of all nearby party members by 40%. Bro. Oh, bro, though. Very good, bro. Very good, bro. We could do, we've got a couple of weapon pools, so, you know, we could try and get lucky, and, you know, you never know. So we'll do a couple of weapon pools anyway, because you've got 7 to play with. But them resonance chains are looking hasty, boys and girls. Hasty. I just can see me feeling me failing my 50-50. Alright, let's pull on a weapon a couple of times first then before we decide what to do, right? Before I decide to spend moolah. Rosie will get back and be like, what you been spending money on? JPEGs. Well, she's been at work. You know? So I do want to get a weapon anyway, really, because like, you know, I feel like it's going to be a useful weapon for future characters anyway. No, energy regen's nothing to be snuffed at, I don't think. The endless collapse. I quite like the design of that, actually. It looks kind of cool. Is that new? That's new, isn't it, that? Is he? In pistols. Go on, we're gonna get him. No, no. Shit. I think I have a so what's it one? Yeah, I want to get a weapon. I'm thinking of trying to get C1 of her as well, maybe. Okay. I'm not far off. Is soft pity on weapons 60? Or is I can't remember, is there even a soft pity on weapons in this game? I forgot. Been off for a week and I forgot everything. Hold on. We'll have a little top, just a little top up, you know? Shipment details. Why? Hello. Yeah, we only grabbed the 15 quid one at the mini. We'll see how we go. I think I am going to go for a weapon. Start off with. Just chuck it into a temple, shall we? Yeah, fuck it. Game's like, nah. You gotta be what though now? 60, so like 20 pulls off.
Greetings, Rover. I will escort you for the time being.
Horrendous collapse. Greetings, Rover. You just got fucked. Get out of here. That shit.
I am Baiju, a researcher at the Huashu Academy. Let me
Actually, that might be
witness
good.
Where this encounter will take us.
I think I've got the... I think I have her revive now, yeah.
May I pray for anything specific for you?
I haven't built that, but I
if
think...
you know what you want.
Is that the revive? Or have we already got the revive? Oh, no, we got that. Oh, she's maxed out then. When Euphonia is picked up, increase the glacial damage bonus of all characters nearby for 12 to... Oh, that's not too shabby. It's not great, like, but something insane. I'll take that, thank you. I'll take that. Alright, I think I need to buy the podcast as well. I think I need to buy it, guys. I might be good today and not spend any more money. To be fair, we've only spent 15 quid. You know, we've got her. I don't have to just slap a couple of these into Forging Tides. I will hold on. You know, I don't know, actually. I don't know. I don't want to spam them all in case we put it on like the first one or something. One by one. Yeah? One by one. Shall we? Let's do it. One by one. Let's go. 46% off? Yeah, no, fuck you. Alright, cool. Fuck you, game. Fuck you. Oh, it's gonna give me this one. This is the one. It's gonna give it me. No, it's fucking not. Next one. It's gonna give me next one. Alright, this is it, chat. This is it. This is how good I am at the game, right? This is when it happens. You know, it's happening here. It's coming. I'm too good at the game. We've got it. Right, the game's rigged. It's trash. I don't want to play this game anymore. Fuck it. Fuck you, Kudo. Come on. Come on. I had to go hard pity for the signatures paint. Right, dudes? Always a fucking way, man. I swear, like... The only... I'm just trying to think. Yeah, man, I think pretty much every weapon I've had to go almost hard pity. It's just like... I suppose we can't get too mad about it because of fucking guarantees and stuff, but it's still like, bruh. You know? Fuck off. Nah, you haven't none of it then, eh? Alright. Okay. I'll see how it is. I'll see how it is. I really want to be spending these on weapons, but I'm going to. I don't really want to, but I'm gonna. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I know what was I was sitting at about what? I want to say 60 odd 70 pulls there. It does look kind of cool though, doesn't he? I must admit, it does look kind of cool. We got back 15 of them as well anyway. What did we just spend for those? Did you spend 14 or did you spend 21? 21. Alright, cool. Right. Now we got to do, we start leveling the bitch. Where am I looking?
May I pray for anything specific for you? It
yes.
would be my understood.
I want to do
I'm
one more
here
pull.
to serve your will.
I want to do 5 more pulls, and I want to get Shorekeeper every fucking pull. That'd be nice. I'd appreciate that. That'd be really nice. I think it's only fair, you know. I think it's I think it's only fair, really. If I'm honest, that's how it should be. You know, I'll say nothing but nice things as well. So like, if you want to make that happen, Jinsei, you know. Do it for me. Do it for me. I do need to get some weapon maps, to be fair. Do farming a little bit. If I'm honest, I do with a little bit of farming. A little bit. Which one is that one now? Mark adults. 1.5 energy. I'm gonna hold on to that actually. Oh yeah, we can TP to the nearest what's it now, can't we, by just clicking that? Nice, nice. I like that. Good quality of life update. Very good, very nice. you know what we got to do? We got to do, boys. We got to do. We got to bring her out, didn't we? We'll just. I know we ain't built her up yet, but let's swap her out for Verena. Where is she?
To the surviving lands.
Yeah, I love her voice, man. I love her voice. She's actually kind of short, isn't she? Fucking, I need to switch my mouse over. I bought a new mouse, I still need to use it. Keep using my Naga. Right, let's have a look at her walking. Yeah, take off her heels, man. She's short as hell, isn't she? Yeah, she's cute. We got a backflip. Stop trying to pause the stream, chat. Stop trying to pause the stream. Oh yeah, we got a... Okay. Does that do spectral damage upon hitting stuff? Does yeah? More tripping. What was it I was coming for? Is it basic rings or improved? Shit, I forgot.
Understood. I am here to serve your will.
Yeah, improved. I was gonna say, it makes sense because obviously level of the weapon. Give me like 6 double cheeseburgers, please. You really want Chang Li? Chang Li's dope. She's dope. I hope we get a rerun because I think I will definitely be pulling on her. I would like some copies. Not gonna lie.
I am here to serve
She's fun to use as well. Like quick swapping with like character like Jinsei. Like obviously I don't mean max and run the most efficient teams, but like it's really fun switching between her and Jinsei, man. It's a lot of fun. Lovely. Yo, Mr. Notler. What's going on, lad? How you doing, man? You good? How's things, sonny boy? I'm doing better now. I got food poisoning the weekend, so wasn't great. Hot spicy caca-poo-poo for a few days. To the point where my butthole is red raw. Too much information, but you know, there you go. Now, to the point where going to the toilet, I was probably like... Rough times. Yeah, man, fucking went out for food on Saturday.
Serve your will.
Had the food. I'm assuming that's where they got it from, because, like, I only ate at home, and we'd had a pizza on the Friday, but, like, I just don't think it was that. And within a couple of hours, I got back. I went to the loo. I'd had a Vindaloo, but I can usually eat spicy food. I've had far spicier than a Vindaloo. And I went to the loo, and it was like, holy shit, that was hot. That was ring sting. I was like, that's a little bit normal, but a bit more than normal, but whatever. Okay, I ain't gonna think about it too much. Got into bed, man, and started getting, like, the shakes and muscle aches and everything. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with me? And then for 2 days, did not stop going to the toilet. It was rough. So, yeah. I feel a lot better now, though. Still not A1, but I'm not attached. I'm not having like a parasitic relationship with the toilet at the moment, so that's nice. Yeah, dude, spicy shit. Holy cow.
Understood. I am here to serve your will.
Yeah, to the point where, like, sitting down, I was like, oh my god. I feel like I've had a train run on me. Found a whole newfound respect for people of a certain persuasion. It was like, damn. I don't want to use that Marcado, man. Keeps trying to get me to. I don't want to. Not going to make me do it. I need to get some weapon mats, guys. I do. I like eating too much Taco Bell. I've heard that Taco Bell's one for the ring sting. And like an old episode in South Park about that. Cartman on about getting blood in his after Taco Bell or something. And Stan being like, Carl being like, it's not normal.
Understood. I am
Why do I have
here
to run
to
away
serve
from
your
the
will.
computer every time I do it, you know? I just feel the need to. Man, we have burnt through these mats, didn't we, guys? The whistle. Burnt through him, laddies. Burnt through him. Alright, so she, well, just double check. Scales off healing bonus and HP. So obviously we want the healing bonus, Big Turtle. Which I'm probably going to have to nick off Arena for the time being because the game does not want me to get it. It hates me. It just refuses to give me healing bonus on rejuvenating. So yeah, we want to be HP baby. Yeah. Hey, healing bonus would be nice, wouldn't it? Every morning, man, I'd be getting a HP boost. Yeah, just crit rate, crit damage, crit rate, crit damage, defense, attack. Yeah, fuck you, game. Healing bonus, it's on Verena. When are presets coming as well? When are presets coming? We didn't do too bad, really. We got a shorekeeper and a weapon for 15 quid. Might keep chipping away at copies over the patch. Yeah. I'm surprised I managed to stream as long today though. I didn't think I was gonna be cut out for it. I'm not gonna lie. We've been live what 3.5 hours. Which I know it's not a long stream. But thought I might maybe hit 2 hours and like need to bail. Because I was just feeling a bit rough, but I am definitely feeling better. Definitely feeling better. What do we have on these? Defense, heavy attack damage bonus, energy regen, crit damage, attacks. It's like it's not even great though for her, is it? You know? Like, we need that HP, like, but like at the moment though, like it's better than what, you know. We need to go farm this prick, don't we? Really? It's, you know. You only stream for 5, so I get it. Yeah, I usually stream somewhere like that about 4.5 hours usually. Depends on when I stream them actually. Daytimes, because like I got to pick the missus up from work, so I usually have to leave like R4. And I usually don't get live till 12, so like max 4 hours usually. 4.5 if I'm stretching it. Because I do like to usually spend the morning doing IRL stuff, and then I do the gym as well, and then usually get a daily video up. Although that's been up shit's creek this week because of no streams. Time sex, no ball and chain. Yeah, I'm a fucking unpaid taxi service, I am. It's like, we want to get our energy regen to 250, don't we? We got a weapon, so what's the energy regen on the weapon at the minute? Obviously, I know we're getting up to, like, is it 77 it goes up to? So we've got 70% there. So what's our energy regen sitting at? 170. So, like, see, I get it. You know, people say, oh, you don't need a weapon. You don't. But, bruh, come on, you know? 170 already. We ain't done fuck all to it really yet. You know what I mean? She ain't even leveled. She's sitting at level 40. We've done nothing to her. 170 regen. I'll take it, you know? I'll take it. So you want another what? 70 energy regen. Get that to what's it? I'm thinking like we are gonna have to snag we are gonna have to snag this off Arena just for the time being. Just so we can have a little play with it, like for the healing bonus, and then, you know, wanna grow that HP, don't we? Because it scales off HP and healing bonus, don't I? It's just a shame that all the substats on this are really kind of not it's bad, but obviously they're better for Verena. You know, that heavy attack damage bonus, and the attack's good because obviously she scales off attack, doesn't she? Alright, let's slap that on it. We're gonna nick that. We're gonna nick it. You can have it back soon, Verena, because we'll go farm. We'll go farm. I'm thinking energy regen, and then we can hopefully get some good substats. So I think we'll pop that on there. Go HP probably. Just a case of Alright, no worries, dudes. Enjoy your editing. Another energy regen, maybe. Unless we ain't rolled any substats or anything yet, like, you know, so we're going to boost that up a lot anyway. Double HP. I think we do. I don't think any of these are done up, are they, at all? Naked, yeah. Definitely can stay on Verena. Definitely can stay on Verena as well. Wait. Thought I put energy regen on. I just want to put energy regen on. I'm on 3. I think maybe I'll switch this off and go for double energy regen, maybe. And then just healing bonus, energy regen, HP, maybe. Healing bonus, 3 energy regen, 1 HP, you reckon? Well, I got a bit more playroom with energy regen, ain't I? Let's just quit this for the time being. Let's get this bad boy done up first. See what we can get. So we can get some good stats, yeah? Get some good stats. I definitely need to get some weapon materials though, boys and girls. I'm flying low, man. Super low. Defense. Any other regen? It's not the worst in the world, you know what I mean? Yeah, I want to scale into HP because I do want it to be, because obviously I've got a really good Verena, so I really want to be replacing Verena in that role just for the fact of I just want to be using a different healer at the minute, really. So I definitely want to be scaling into that as much as possible. Yeah, I want to scale that HP as good as we can get it. And then if we can work with some good substats, we can get the energy regen where we want to go. Alright, let's do this one up a little bit first, fuck it. Don't worry about it too much. Well, it's best to go for the first two, yeah. Okay. Alright. Okay. Redeemable. Redeemable. We need a good third one, man. At least we got a percentage defense. So hopefully, you know, we can get some decent others now. Come on, be nice to me. Come on. Come on. Come on. Resistance liberation damage. That's not the end of the world, is he? Not the end of the world. I might have like the percentage, if I'm honest. Where are we sitting at energy regen now? 200. So yeah, we'll be alright for energy regen, especially if we get some decent substats as well regarding that. But it's not great. Whatever, let's just fucking max it out. Fuck you. We'll max it out, stuff it. That takes our energy regen to 32%, yeah. Not great, we can always get something better though. Resonance skill damage. Not the best substats. Not the best at all, really. See if this bad boy can give us anything good. Let's go all the way to 10 first. See what we can get for our first two. Trash or yeah. Fuck, bro. Fucking defense, man. Fuck out of here. Okay. 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 Definitely better. Hit right. Don't need it, but still better. Still definitely better. Switch that bad boy out. Yeah, we'll use that one. At least for now. Oh, come on. Ain't it wild? You know when I want fucking stats that suit my DPS. Not saying that these are great for DPS, obviously. When I want particular stats for a particular build, the game's like, nah, I'm gonna give you everything but. Then when yeah, obviously, naming the game, innit? Do some energy regen. Where are we with energy regen? 210. We're gonna get it, what, another 7%? Is it what does he go up to now when he's maxed out the weapon? Is it 77? And is yeah. Pretty sure it is, isn't it? Somebody ice it up, man. Getting cold. Getting chilly. Gonna get myself a drink as well, chat. Back in a minute. Actually, I'm gonna have a cup of tea. Yeah, back on. I'm just filtering some water as well in the filter. Dude, I need to get my hair cut, man. Look at it. It's a fucking mess, boys. It's definitely dressing games in the morning time here. That's every day of the year for Rosie, that is. And every day of the year after work as well. Alright. Let's upgrade these little bad boys a sec. Thinking of switching out my my 3-piece set. Okay, alright, take that. Energy regen. We needed a bit of energy regen. That's good. That's good. That's good. Do a little bit more energy regen as well. That'd be nice. A double HP is a nice one though. What's her HP sitting on at the minute? 12.4. Okay. 219 energy regen as well. Obviously, we still got another 7% coming off the weapon also. So we're good for energy regen, really. I'm just squeeze a little bit more out of it. And we're good. We're good to go. We're gravy. We're gravy. Yeah, it is definitely starting to drop a little bit now. Tell Elsie's feeling it as well. I keep trying to snuggle up in the sofa because I went to the groomers as well yesterday. So it's all like Shaun the Sheep style. Because I not long had a season, and every time I has a season, I don't know what it is. I like chew all her fur at her back legs, and that's her back legs looked all scraggly. But now it's been trimmed, it don't look half as bad. But like, you can tell us feeling the cold when it goes outside now. Yeah, 2 seconds. Water should be filtered now. Uppertay. Uppertay and a protein bar. Or Nature Valley protein bar, as close as a protein bar you can get, I guess. What's everyone playing at the minute anyway, though, man? Are you like all, are you dabbling in a little bit of WuWa? Or are you playing other things? Have you been playing the ZZZ update? Which we're going to do some of that this week as well, or over the weekend potentially. Because I don't plan to go out this weekend, obviously. Still recovering. I want to get back to it Monday, back on the gym, back on the grind, smashing things out. So this weekend, gaming weekend, you know, obviously United playing tonight, so I'm going to go and cry over that. And if that, you know what? I don't even know if I want to watch them play Villa the weekend. I will, but bro, honestly, if we get smashed in both them games and Ten Hag ain't gone, I might just wait until he's gone before I fucking watch any more games because I can't keep doing it to myself. You know? it's killing me, man. It's killing me. Hurts so much. It hurts. What's this here? Wayne Rooney. Health concerns spark social media reactions after a recent match.
Wayne Rooney has raised concerns about his health after being seen looking unwell during Manchester United's recent 3-0 defeat against Tottenham. The former United and England star attended the match at Old Trafford and appeared visibly unhappy with the team's performance.
Okay.
At 38, Rooney has recently enjoyed some success as the manager of Plymouth Argyle.
Bro, fuck off. What are you on about?
Bad. While another commented, "Hang in there, Wayne," perhaps in jest. Additional comments noted Rooney's appearance, with one user pointing out, "Rooney looks older than his age. He needs to take care of himself."
Right, another bullshit video. Yeah, he does, though. He does look older than his age, though, to be fair. The thing is, though, Wayne Rooney looked 35 when he was 16. You know, he's just one of those dudes, man. Do you know what I mean? Like, the dude legit looked 35 when he was 16. It's 9:06 AM where you are. What time is it in the UK? It is 7 minutes past 4 for me. So I'm assuming you're West Coast US, yeah? Struggling through the afternoon with a packet of hickory smoked almonds, cashews, and macadamias. Yeah, I got a just got one of these to have a nibble on. Because, like, obviously, I ain't been eating properly while having this food poisoning. I'm eating like a lot of salads and stuff, and just plain stuff. I ain't really been getting enough protein, so I'm trying to get the protein where I can. All right then, it's not too bad. Energy, crit rate, obviously not great. You know, this is going to be like the placeholder build. We're not going to worry too much at the minute. We're gonna just get where we need to get with energy region and then tweak around it if we can. Go from there. We're gonna farm some mats as well. Actually, I don't think we'll start any of the story today. Okay, I'll take that. Triple HP. You know, HP percentage twice and a flat HP. Good. We need HP. We're scaling. We be scaling. Yeah, on the materials from the new event. Yeah. We'll play them over the next couple of days. Not great, but whatever. Shit. It's okay. Let's just max this one out. Yeah, well, as I say, because it's like 10 past 4 now, we are not... Are you kidding me, bro? We're not going to get onto the story because I want to enjoy it. So tomorrow we'll concentrate on doing the story. Tomorrow we'll just concentrate on that. We'll bash through 1.3, do some of the story, and we'll start getting on some of the events and stuff as well. I think we didn't get was essential materials and weekly mats. Yeah, it was nice to get a bit of essential materials, to be fair. Not gonna lie, not gonna lie. Remember when we all thought tuners was going to be the bottleneck? Now I'm sitting with just short of 3k tuners. Holy shit, bro. Alright, okay, this is decent. I'll take that HP kind of meta, you know? Why not? Basic attack damage. Had to be one, didn't there? There had to be the one, you know? Well, I'm going to throw in an energy regen or anything like that. Just for lols. Yeah, give him here then. Go on then, give him here. Defense, okay. Ah, kind of ruined. You know. HP over HP. Alright. We ain't gonna mess around too much. We'll fiddle with it a bit more. Energy regen sitting at 219, which we didn't really get the energy regen we wanted, if I'm honest, which would have been nice, of course. So we're gonna have to tweak that a little bit. We can get a... Well, an extra 7%, was he? Shit, I was already there. I think I was still there, wasn't I? Yeah, I remember when I first saw the running animation. I didn't think it was that great. It looks a lot better now, though. I'm just getting a bias that I've got her, you know? So I'm like, I've got her now. She looks great. There's nothing wrong with that. Don't tell me there's anything wrong with that, because we've got her, you know? But that confirmation bias of a purchase now, you know? Buyer's remorse. My wife is the best wife who. She's the best wife who I ever want.
Understood. I am
Understood.
here to serve your will.
You better fucking be. Cost me 15 quid to get that weapon. We're not even going to max it out, are we? We're using them all. 87. Wait a minute, what is the max energy regen? He looks that, doesn't he? Is it the only one that's not unlocked, that's why? They're still locked for some reason. Why is everything locked? I'll have to wait on the last two, won't I? We've got to get some mats. Okay. Give me those levels. We'll probably buy this as well. What do we right now? Let's go spend our wave plates as well, shall we? I'll do my daily also, actually. Let's get some 77 Porto. Is he banged on 77 or is he 77 point something?
Skills and wisdom too when facing enemies on the battlefield.
This dude needs to become a resonator, doesn't he?
You there?
Dude's so fucking badass. What do you reckon? Yeah, super weapon XP. Yeah, for real, Roy. Real.
At your disposal.
Okay, so there's a little bit of spectrum.
Wait, heed my plan.
Strike is one.
Strike
Heaven
is one.
ordains. Banish all vice. Our lights shine through. Leave it to me. Cross cut. Sever.
Who's the caged bird now? Make it fast.
Keep it secret. Keep it safe.
At your disposal. Astral modulation.
Domain expansion.
Together we vanish.
Okay, that sends it into the expanded one, yeah?
Clear as the blade.
Doing that like 600.
Together we fight.
So it's her intro that ends it, yeah?
Oh, stars, heed my calling. The sky beckons.
Was it a, was it a C?
Cleanse.
Is it a C1 that gives it 150% in 10 seconds?
Wind, heed my command.
Boom, 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 boom. Okay, you gotta have a feeling with her, like, but that sounds real sus. Well, she seems alright. She seems alright. Also, we need to, I need to have another look at her kit, man. Got myself re-upped.
Back in starlight.
Kind of forgot it. We'll have a little look in a second.
Let it end. Leave it to me. Why not?
Yeah, her attack animations look really nice.
Strike is one. At your disposal. Our lights shine through.
Is there a lot of weapon XP from the event? Oh, it sounds.
Sacred light.
Together we vanish.
Yeah, I like the colour change as well from SLRL. It's good.
Who's the caged bird now? Sever. Make it fast.
Pretty? It's pretty, I like it. Yeah, she's very, very beautiful, isn't she? Alright then, if we do, we'll certainly need a little bit, didn't we? I don't know how many we needed. And shooting people saying mobs were for real, dude. I was one of them, man. When I first was thinking about it, I was like, yeah, because they did increase the size of it, though, right? Or am I tripping? I think they did, didn't they?
Combat isn't just.
So I was thinking that, like, you know, when you get into some of these fights where they are
looking to put on some training. Good training keeps you sharp. The enemies won't go easy on you out there.
They are moving around a lot. There we go. Got it out in the end. I think you're gonna have some issues with it, but yeah, doesn't seem a problem. They did change it. I thought they did. I thought they did. Yeah, you know what? Let's get some shell credits, man. I'm never against getting a bit of shell credits. Is it the S1 that makes it? Yeah, that's it, yeah. What is it? Is it 150%? I can't remember now. I need to have a look, man. I forgot all that shit already.
Together we fight.
I feel bad sometimes beating on the wolves because you know, they're yelping and everything. So that was bad, man.
I shall lead the way.
Together we vanish.
Thunder guide us.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking sick, actually, that is. Yeah, I feel like she's really designed to make you want to get that C1 and C2.
Onwards.
I engraft you new.
Oh, okay.
Together we vanish. Be reduced to cinders.
Strike is one.
Yeah, like, he totally fills this room, doesn't he? Fills the entirety of the room pretty much.
Sacred light.
Can you go out of it vertically?
Shine through.
Well, you can in the open world, maybe. We reckon it's bait to get you to spend, so then you're absolutely fucking drained, skint, come Camellia. Shut. Alright, let's go with Zone 3 Echoes as well. Because, like, we're not going to be doing any of the story stuff, so we may as well,
then conquer by ingenuity.
we may as well watch it, hadn't we? Might as well do our, like, dailies and shit. Yeah, whatever, actually. Fuck it. I know we just got some weapon XP, but whatever. We need to do this as well, don't we? We'll fight this fallacy and I'll return. Oh, we got to get to the Black Shores for this, yeah. Shit, we need to get to the Black Shores then. So we'll definitely do that tomorrow then. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to level our own. Let's go do our daily. Nah, I get you, I get you. Watch it, I want to try that out.
Diminish.
Their auto collection thing. That's fucking clutch though, man. I've never seen fucking dogs around here. Is that new? Okay.
At your disposal. Stay calm. Fluorescent shadows.
They're hiding in a chest.
Evil be cleansed.
We need some milk.
Together we vanish. Sever. All paths converge.
Very good doggies.
Forgive me.
Ooh, lovely.
Found anything useful?
Good boy.
Onwards.
Good boy.
Onwards.
Okay, let's go echoes. That's what we wanted, yeah. Let's go for these. Get a couple of echoes. So tomorrow, story. We'll do the story tomorrow. We'll do all the events and stuff as well. Get Shorekeeper leveled up.
Together we vanquish. Make it beckon.
Get her doing a thing and see what she's capable of.
Sever.
Strike is one. So let it end.
Dude, I love Juhei's design.
Thunder guide us.
It's such a fucking annoying boss. Look how badass he looks, man. Oh, she. They.
Fast in starlight.
You heard anything of Neo? Jamie. I ain't seen him floating around any of the usual haunting spots I see, Matt. Is he sucked off into this game? This game he's got him by the balls, isn't it? This game. You played a bit of Broken Sword in the past. Reckon you check out the remaster of Shadow of the Templars later this year? I'd be down to. I like Broken Sword.
Make it faster.
I like it. Alright, let's have a look at these events here. Let me have a look at that though. Actually, I ain't seen anything about that. When was that announced? Is that like a remaster of a remaster? Oh, the music takes me back, man. I remember playing these on the PlayStation back in the day when I was a kid, and just like, I was awe-inspired. I only had the demo. I played it so much. I was so intrigued. Like these sort of like, because obviously the design of it is like the pre-rendered kind of situation, very much like the old school Final Fantasies. Like it was so awe-inspiring to me as a kid because there was so much going on in these. Obviously now you look back and it doesn't look like it at all, but there was so much going on in these backgrounds in comparison to most games then, which were usually textures if they were 3D. Was just like, it got my imagination going because I was always like, I'd think of all the things that was not accessible and how grand the world was and stuff like. Now, you know, we've got the games that we've got now, like.
I'd only been in Paris for a week, but already I'd fallen in love with the city. My latest discovery was a little cafe, La Chandelle Verte. I was pretty sure the waitress was taking a shine to me. That old Stobart charm, I guess.
I can't remember, did she get murked in the explosion? There's something charming about the original, though. Like, for me, I feel like if they were going to go, like, all high res, I feel like they could have gone all in, you know? And, like, really done a quality level of animation. I don't know what to think of that. It seems like it's lost a bit of the charm of the original without really bringing anything new other than a bit of fidelity to it, like.
As I picked myself up, all I could hear was the ceaseless drone of traffic. Life went on around me. But the explosion was to
Because we
change.
did start playing through this again on stream. I've got them all on Steam. Like, this is making me want to do it again, actually. Because these are chill games, man. They're fun as well, and they're really interactive. Like, stream can really get involved.
Change my life forever.
As I picked myself up, I was really angry. 1 minute I'm on vacation, the next minute...
Wait a minute, what was that change then?
As I picked myself up, all I could hear was the ceaseless drone.
That was definitely a better writing than the remake or the remaster there, wasn't it? As I picked myself up, I was really angry.
Drone of traffic. Life went on around me. But the explosion
A lot more
was to
prophetic
change my life
and
forever.
As I picked myself up, I was really angry.
Yeah, definitely. I prefer the first line there of the original rather than the director's cut.
1 minute I'm on vacation, the next minute some clown's blown me up.
As I picked myself up, all I could hear was the ceaseless drone of traffic. Life went on around me.
I don't know if I like that. It obviously looks better in terms of you know, it's sharper. I don't know, man. I feel like the original looks the best. Now, of course, if you show people those side by side, you know, I think people would say, well, that clearly looks better because it's all, you know, it's HD, isn't it? It's all sharp and stuff and everything. But like, I feel like the original's it's just got something about it, hasn't he? That you can switch between the old and the new on the fly. Oh, can you? That's cool then. It's like, I feel that look. Do you know what this looks like to me? This looks more like a Flash game now, rather than like a game with quite a lot of character back then. Oh yeah, she didn't get
if she is in a fit state for questioning, monsieur.
Somebody, oh, it's a dude who's sitting in the bar, yeah, gets
to
killed.
me as if she has been drinking. As I feared. Leave her to me, sir. I am used to handling drunken women.
I do not doubt that for one moment. Et maintenant, to business. Et maintenant, to business.
I doubt if she is in a fit state for questioning, monsieur. It smells to me as if she has been drinking.
As I feel.
I think that looks a little bit less gritty as well, because he looks more like he's knocked out than that he's been killed.
Leave her to me, sir. I am used to handling drunken women.
Now, I'm not saying it looks bad, because like,
one moment.
It's still got a very nice visual novel style to it, hasn't he?
The leading article referred to the visit of a Nobel Prize winner from some unpronounceable Eastern.
I think even that, like, almost that compressed audio's got something to it. I guess it's probably just me who grew up on games back in the day. You know, show this to like some 12, 13-year-old now, they'd be like, bro, that sounds horrible. But I guess I'm looking through rose-tinted, you know, the nostalgia glasses are on. I say it's got that charm to it. You know, even like when it comes to things like these low-res images on walls, like there's so much that leaves up to the player to infer a lot of the time in older games that I loved about them.
European state. The leading article referred to the visit of a Nobel Prize winner from some unpronounceable Eastern European state. The leading article referred to the visit of a Nobel Prize winner from some unpronounceable Eastern European state.
Bonjour, Kula.
Oh, hi. It's George Stobart.
Hello, Nico Kula.
Hello? It's George.
Oh, hi.
I'm on the fence with that. I don't know whether I like the music in or not. It's a nice
Bonjour,
touch.
Kula.
Or it's also nice to try the ambient audio of the
Stobart.
city. It's of its time. And yeah, definitely. I love this area.
I hope you find your man, Inspector.
So do I.
Looked like he zipped his fly up there behind him.
So the clown had escaped.
I must admit, this scene looks nice. In regards to the, obviously, as I've been saying, you know, the charm of the original. This scene looked, I don't know, it just looks nicer. Not saying it looks nicer, well, you know what I'm saying, nicer than the previous. It's just something about this, just it seems to, it transfers a lot nicer. This looks good. I don't know if it's because of the, like, the light on the car and stuff, and the, I don't know, this looks nice like this does.
I hope you find your man, Inspector.
So do I.
Yeah, I'm sick in the head. Because, like, that's... that looks messed up. They're like, you know, the hand and then down to his waist, it's like a mouth like... Sucky, sucky. That's definitely for modern audiences. Oh, is it that close, is it, Jamie? Is it only 5 days? Holy cow. Well, that's going to rain quick, hasn't it? Even though I say, like, this is for modern audiences, I'm not going to lie, now and again, you know, I can't find myself getting stuck on these sort of games, these older games that were a little bit more like, you know, here's the stuff, go figure it out kind of thing. I'm on the fence with it, you know what I mean? It's, I think I'm going to get this.
Look, the inspector gave me his card. Look, the inspector gave me his card. Look, the inspector gave me his card.
I don't know if I like the new audio there either. I get they're trying to clean it up, aren't they, a little bit more? I think I like that better though. You know, like, you can clearly say, obviously, the fidelity's a lot higher and stuff, but, man. Simpler times, man. Simpler times. That's the one scene that I think looks better to me. The rest, I don't know. Okay.
I was at home having a bath when my editor called. Madame Cochon, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Yes, I'm sure.
Wait. I remember doing that. Wait, what? That's exactly what I was thinking of when he was climbing down the ladder. Titan AE. I love that film, man. Great film.
Oh my god. The
Why did you do this as him? Because I remember doing this.
Came down with a hell of a force.
Okay. Oh, fuck. When does it come out? I can't remember if I've got them all. It's out already. Oh, is it? I got the director's cut. Yeah, I got all 1 through 5. We did start playing that, didn't we? Oh shit, yeah. Oh, I don't know. I'm tempted. Like just for the. Can I switch between 4K remaster, enhanced audio, immersive reasoning, enhanced audio's revolution? Can I switch between? Right, what are you doing, Steam? My favourite games ever, very nostalgic. Super crisp environment, still enjoying this game like I did back in the 90s. Good remaster, definitely recommended if you like. See, like, this is one of those games where, like, if you'd have played that when you was a kid, right, and you'd never played it since, and you hadn't seen any gameplay since, and then you just saw this in your store and you bought it and you played it, your brain would trick yourself into thinking that's what it looked like when you played it originally. You know what I mean? Some say Skyrim was used, but I don't mind about that. Favourite point and click game remade to perfection. Some people say the sound is so bad that it makes the game unplayable, which is complete bogus in my opinion. I agree with that. It's never the best sound ever, but it's not that bad. It's a cool game, which really deserves a remake. Got the best one. Okay, people seem to be quite positive on the remake then, don't they? So I'm curious a bit, like how you said, we'll be fusing it with Tomb Raider. I wouldn't be surprised if you could, though. A lot of these games tend to do that, don't they? To allow you to play in that, like, remaster remake looks absolutely stunning now. The story and voice acting is legendary, hence they chose not to redo the voices, which is, well, new players may think that it's a bad thing. It holds up well, and it's actually what all the fans wanted. Good luck, Inspector. I hope you catch the killer soon. An excellent game back, and an excellent game now. A classic that has stood the test of time. 3-4 just been done well. It seems like there's a central point and click adventure. Probably the best version of Broken Sword ever. Great remake, new updated graphics while it kept the original audio and therefore kept the original spirit and feeling of 1996 release. Is that when it came out now? 96? Shit, bro, I'm old. No unnecessary extra playable parts like the director's cut, which wasn't a fan of. Anyways, to say, like, because I remember doing that bit with Nicole. Reasonable price for a full game, which is way more than a piece of gaming history. Nostalgia 10 out of 10, story 10 out of 10, graphics look style 10 out of 10. Alright, it's getting decent reviews as well. Seems to be a remaster that people are enjoying. Stick that in the cart, mate. I'll stick that in the cart. Maybe make it as a little game to play soon. I've got cart at the minute. Yeah, I'm still on the fence about grabbing these as well. Rise of Eros. What the fuck is that? Okay, yeah, we're not going to watch that. Nearly got caught out there. Erotic fucking, yep. Steam. Fuck me, bro. Could have fucking led with that. Still need to pick this up as well. I still need to finish, well, still need to freaking probably start Octopath Traveler. Sea of Stars is another game as well that I need to play. I had it installed for the longest time. I kind of want to get Darkest Dungeon 2 as well. I haven't played the first one, but... What me clicking on that was just interacting with it then. Boy, Tech Mouse sale. Oh shit, it's 10 to 5. Fuck, my bad. Alright, boys. We will continue on with WuWa tomorrow. We're gonna go to the Black Shores. We're gonna do the story. We're gonna catch up. As I say, we are behind. We'll do all that. We'll get Shorekeeper leveled up. We've got a 10 plate for our echoes. We need to tweak a little bit, get a bit more energy regen out there. Some of them are all right. Some of them definitely need switching out, but they'll do for now. And we'll farm some echoes potentially. We definitely need to go get some more Geochillone action because we need that healing bonus because we've only got the one, and I kind of want to have presets to help out a lot anyway. Yeah, we'll do that tomorrow. We'll probably play some PGR as well at some point. I do want to get on some Throne and Liberty though as well, but we won't. I don't know whether to do that on the main channel. I'm not too sure. We'll see. Maybe we'll do it in the evening. Maybe we'll do some PGR of the evening, play that for an hour or two, and then play Throne and Liberty. Maybe we'll see. But yeah, I won't be back this evening because I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go put myself through the ringer and watch Man United. So wish me luck with that because I'm gonna fucking need it. And I will be back tomorrow, guys. I'll have a video uploaded tomorrow like normal as well. We should be back to the normal video schedule. So thank you for everybody hanging out today. I do appreciate it. Thank you for pointing out the Broken Sword freaking remake as well, because I'm going to have a look at that actually. Yeah, appreciate you all hanging out, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. It's good to be back. It's good to feel better as well. If you haven't already and you're watching on YouTube, like the stream. Check out my videos that I uploaded the other day. And I will see you all tomorrow. All right? Stay safe. I'll catch you later. Cheers.